Madam Chair.
Thank you, everybody, for bringing that forward. That takes us to approval of the agenda. Manager Schaefer, do you have things to read us in on?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Our initial agenda for today's meeting was posted on Tuesday, the 18th, and the amended and final agenda was posted on Friday, October 21st at approximately 5 p.m. First, consent agenda item 4F was added to the agenda. In addition, updated packet material and packet material itself was added for miscellaneous action items 6A and 6C. And finally, new miscellaneous action item 6F was added to the final agenda, the final agenda for today's meeting.
Excellent. So with those changes, what's the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Hanson.
yes, I move to approve the agenda with changes presented by Manager Schaefer.
Thank you. I have a motion. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Great. So that takes us to 1G, which is recognition of years of service and new hires. So Manager Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. We're pleased both to recognize county employees who are marking significant milestones in their tenure with the county, specifically 5, 10, and 15 years of service with the county, as well as new hires joining our team. With regard to years of service, the following employees will be recognizing their 5th year anniversary with Santa Fe County: Daniel Martinez in Fleet Service, Toby Gallegos in Public Works, Tori Gallegos in Human Resources, Rees Lujan in Open Space. Marking their 10-year anniversary with the county is Jerome Tafoya in the Fire Department, Amanda Archuleta in the Corrections Department, Patricia Boys in the Health and Human Services Department, and Valentino Baca in the Sheriff's Department. In terms of 15 years, we have Lawrence Ortega in the County Assessor's Department, Maria Elena Montoya in our Corrections Department, Audrey Escabel in Human Resources, George Gurule in the County Assessor's Office, and Daniel N. Fresquez in the Information Technology Division. So we congratulate them on those significant milestones. Looking at our new hires during the month of September, we had Brittany Belletter, I hope I didn't butcher that too badly, in the Assessor's Office, Edwina Ortiz in Project and Facilities Management Division of Public Works, James Walker in the Public Works Department, Robert Lucero in the RECC, Ramon Cedillo in the Sheriff's Department, Isha Acuna in the Utilities Department, Sean Meir in Corrections, Thomas Rael in the Assessor's Department, Carrie Gaston in HR, Jessica Lucero Muniz in our Finance Division, Jennifer O'Brien in the Health and Human Services Department, and Boleslo Romero in our Public Works Department. So again, we welcome our new team members and congratulate existing team members who are reaching significant milestones with the county.
Excellent. Thank you so much. We always love doing these, recognizing the people who make the county what it is and welcoming new people who are going to start contributing. It's such a great thing to do. Anybody else wish to comment? So thank you for
Madam
doing
Chair?
it. Yes.
I just want to say thank you to all of our employees that are celebrating anniversaries, and thank you for being here and working with Santa Fe County and our constituents. And also welcome to all our new employees. I'm very excited to work with you and hope that we can build those relationships in the future.
Thank you so much. So that moves us on to item 3, which is consideration of proclamations, et cetera. We have,
Sharon, you forgot the minute.
oh, goodness gracious. Thank you so much. I'm getting ahead of myself. That moves us on to item 2, which is approval of the meeting minutes from September 27th. And I assume Commissioner Hanson has some changes, maybe?
No, I do not have any changes, but I'll move to approve.
Excellent, thank you.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Great, and thank you for that, Commissioner. Now we're on to 3, which is the consideration, presentation on alcohol in New Mexico and Santa Fe County, and to request for approval of the resolution urging the New Mexico legislature to research and implement evidence-based strategies to reduce alcohol-related harms in our communities. And I see we have our Community Services Director, but before we go there, I'll go to the commissioners. So Commissioner Garcia and then Commissioner Hanson.
Madam Chair, I'd actually like Mrs. O'Connor to actually proceed forward with her presentation.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Thanks, Director O'Connor, for being here. Really glad to have you. Is that on?
Me. Thank you for having me here today. I want to start by thanking all of you for your interest in this topic and in public health in Santa Fe County. And to thank specifically the Commissioner Garcia, Commissioner Hanson, who brought this forward. There we go. I want to speak specifically to what I termed the good news about alcohol in New Mexico and the bad news about alcohol in New Mexico. And I want to start by some facts that I pulled from the New Mexico Department of Health and the CDC, and that were referenced in the Albuquerque Journal article recently that was done by New Mexico in Depth. Which I think really provided some good context for policymakers for consideration in reducing alcohol-related harms both in New Mexico and in Santa Fe County. And so some of the more salient points that were made: 1, alcohol kills New Mexicans at a far greater rate than anywhere else in the nation. By far. In 2020, we were twice the national average. New Mexicans are dying of alcohol-related harms at nearly 3 times the national average. Alcohol, liver disease, cirrhosis, and other illnesses related to alcohol abuse killed 963 people in New Mexico in 2020. And excessive alcohol costs about $2.2 billion in 2010. And there are a whole bunch of statistics who make up those cost figures, including lost productivity, medical expenses, and such. But I think the big take home is that New Mexico in general has an issue with alcohol, and it has led to the death at a far greater rate than people in other states experience. The good news, and there is some good news, is that New Mexico has made huge strides in reducing alcohol-related fatalities due to motor vehicle crashes. So we've seen a massive reduction in DWI really over the past probably 30 years. When I first started working in DWI, we lost about 450 people a year. Which was at that point in time the highest in the country. We now are losing about 145, still unacceptable, but not close to being in the top 10. And if you'll see from the next slide, That also holds true in Santa Fe County. I see the past year, there may be an anomaly in our data as it's coming in, but Santa Fe County by and large has seen a reduction in terms of drunk driving and therefore has had a generally downward slope as people have learned that it's less accessible and the enforcement and the laws have been appropriate. And I think this slide is probably the most difficult slide to look at, and this is what's called alcohol-related harms. And alcohol-related deaths in New Mexico have risen significantly above the national average. As you can see, as evidenced in the graph above, the top turquoise being New Mexico, a dramatic increase starting probably 10 years ago, and that continues. And this would include things such as alcohol-related cirrhosis of the liver, chronic liver disease related to alcohol consumption, motor vehicle crashes that are alcohol-related, and then many other diseases directly impacted by alcohol use, and in this case, excessive alcohol use. And just as I showed the figures for drunk driving as well, the not so good news also extends to Santa Fe County. As you can see, there is a significant increase in terms of the number of deaths from chronic liver disease and cirrhosis that have been experienced in Santa Fe County. The good news about some of this data is that the CDC and many other entities do have very good research on reducing evidence-based strategies to reduce alcohol consumption. And I just want to briefly go over what some of the more strongly recommended measures are and how they could impact this in New Mexico. Some of these have been moved forward. The alcohol excise tax was last increased, frankly, in, I believe, 1994. New Mexico has an alcohol problem that so exceeds other states, but the alcohol excise tax does not particularly reflect that. There have been efforts that have come forward. I expect that there will be efforts of varying different kinds in the upcoming legislative session. The evidence around increasing alcohol excise tax in order to reduce consumption is significant, particularly in other states that have some similar characteristics to New Mexico. For example, Alaska saw a huge drop in consumption with only a small increase in taxes. Alcohol outlet density. I grew up in Gallup, New Mexico. Gallup had a really significant density issue because when the liquor laws were put into place in New Mexico, a lot of the different entities were grandfathered in to the Liquor Control Act. And that was so in many places in New Mexico. Our DWI team historically has worked on alcohol outlet density. Sales to people who are intoxicated, again, another issue related to liquor control that is very dear to me. Often people are sold alcohol at 0.16 BACs and above, and that can become an issue. Screening and brief intervention. This is a program that we implemented in our DWI program, very evidence-based, short-term treatment that frankly is often delivered online. Another evidence-based strategy to reduce consumption. Alcohol ads in marketing, and I have education and reform of the New Mexico Liquor Control Act. In general, it's the Liquor Control Act that deals with density issues and the availability of alcohol within the state of New Mexico. And in closing, I just wanted to recognize some of the efforts that have been made here. and particular at the Community Services Department, certainly within the Sheriff's Department, and across the county. We do have a DWI team that's funded through the alcohol excise tax. We do public awareness, we fund enforcement, and have a really great compliance monitoring team who ensures that people that are convicted of DWI offenses are also meeting the terms of their sentencing. We at Santa Fe County do and continue to spend money on issues relative to alcohol consumption and health. And that includes things like detox services, treatment services. Our La Sala often gets people with chronic alcohol or substance abuse issues that we provide behavioral health services to, as well as a lot of the funding that is for youth behavioral health issues and that often touches on youth substance abuse. So in closing, I think that New Mexico and Santa Fe County will be focusing intently on this issue over the next couple of years. It's been a longstanding public health issue that we have here, but there are measures that can be taken to reduce the harms related to alcohol in New Mexico. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much,
Sure.
Dr. O'Connor. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Rachel, for an excellent detailed presentation. And thank you for working with Brittany on this as well as our legal department. As you are aware of, under Governor Bill Richardson, you actually had a major role in what I feel that the state of New Mexico started many years ago. You were actually the individual, the staff, probably one of the only staffs that worked with the different agencies as to how we can combat this challenge that we have in the state of New Mexico as well as our communities out there. Sometimes a lot of people don't realize how it affects individual people, families, friends, or accidents, as you saw in the paper today, the unfortunate accident that happened in Taos. It's almost something similar to cancer until it actually affects you some way, somehow. Then you really crosses your mind and you think about it. As you mentioned earlier, the legislative session several years ago passed the liquor excise tax. Last session, they actually got rid of the little individual bottles that you purchase at gas stations. Whether that's helped or not, I think that's a topic for discussion. This year, the state legislature has a 60-day session. It has come up. The challenge in the state of New Mexico as well as our communities, it's needed out there. And how do we handle it? How does the state legislature handle it? I think that's something that myself as well as Commissioner Hanson bringing forward this resolution will assist us in going to the state legislature and asking what are they going to do if they do raise the liquor excise tax. And hopefully when they do raise that tax, if they do raise that tax, it goes to treatment programs and help for this community. You know, that's the liquor industry is very strong and powerful out there, as you know. The state legislature has had some subcommittees. We've had the New Mexico Treatment Courts in September of this year actually had a presentation in regards to what do we need to do. It's on the radar screen for the state legislature. The Legislative Finance Committee, it's also been brought to their attention. So how we navigate or how the state of New Mexico or the individuals or people or the communities that are actually challenged through this is going to be interesting, I think, to how we move to through the state legislature. Your department, Santa Fe County, the efforts that we do here on your last page of your presentation it's great. And seeing how it works and different things that Santa Fe County does for the entire community, whether you live in the city or whether you live in the county is great. And I think the efforts and my colleagues, I mean, encourage you all to please in the next years to come, when it comes to that crafting of the budget next year, that you continue to move forward in helping these different providers and/or programs that help out the community for this need. With that, I would just thank you once again. Rachel, you're probably one of the most individuals that knows how bills, legislation works for this type of legislation that's going to be brought forward. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Commissioner Hanson if she has any comments, and then her and I will actually go through the resolution that we're proposing. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Alcoholism is a terrible disease, and it needs to be treated as a disease, and that there is treatment for it. And that is one of the great things that people can actually recover with their own determination. But it takes real determination to want to recover from that. And I think it's great that the Recovery Center is working on building another facility because one of the things that we're very short of is treatment facilities in the state. And I think that that is really an important part of helping people with alcoholism. I always remember Governor Richardson's slogan, "You drink, you drive, you lose." And I thought that was a very effective messaging. One of the things that I've asked for in the past, and I think this was before the pandemic, is, maybe we should have our DWI bus that has the wrapping on it in the Fiesta Parade to help people know that, Santa Fe County is really trying to help people and make sure that they know about our Connect program and the La Sala and the Detox Center, and that, recovering from alcoholism or detoxing is one of the most severe forms of detox. And really, people are incredibly fragile at that time. And when we lose people, whether it be in a hospital, in a jail, or anywhere, it is because detoxing from alcohol is so severe on your body and needs so much care and support. So I just wanted to share those few words and thank Commissioner Garcia and myself, and the whole commission, because I think that by Santa Fe County bringing this resolution forward, we can share it with New Mexico counties, we can share it with the other counties to really help lobby for the legislature to make a difference in people's lives. So thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Are there questions or comments?
Madam Chair, I think that we want to read the resolution into the record.
Oh, I thought you were giving time for any discussion first, but that would
Okay.
be fabulous.
Okay.
Go ahead and read the resolution.
Resolution urging the New Mexico legislature to research and implement evidence-based strategies to reduce alcohol-related harms in our communities. Whereas alcohol kills New Mexicans at a far higher rate than anywhere else in the nation, and
Whereas New Mexicans are dying of alcohol-related harms at nearly 3 times the national average. And
whereas in 2020, there were 1,878 deaths attributed to alcohol in New Mexico. And
whereas 1 in 5 deaths of working-age New Mexicans is attributable to alcohol. And
whereas alcoholic liver disease, chronics, and other illnesses related to alcohol abuse killed 963 people in New Mexico in the year 2020. And
whereas excessive alcohol use cost New Mexico $2.2 billion in 2010, this is equivalent to more than 1,000 per New Mexican per year.
whereas in 2019, 28.4% of Santa Fe County youth Santa Fe High School reported using alcohol.
Whereas in 2019, 20% of those youth reported they took their first drink prior to the age of 13.
Whereas in Santa Fe County in 2020, there were 119 deaths attributed to alcohol, with 38 deaths due to alcohol-related liver disease or chronicis.
And whereas Santa Fe County has vested interest in the health and well-being of its citizenry.
And whereas we support the New Mexico legislature to increase alcohol tax in the 2023 session of legislation as a mechanism to reduce the impacts of our community.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe urge the New Mexico legislature to research and implement evidence-based strategies to reduce the number of deaths and injuries due to alcohol-related harm. Consider efforts should be guided by the recommendation of the Center for Disease Control, CDC, including but not limited to considering of the following.
Number one, increase alcohol taxes. Increased alcohol tax has been shown to decrease drinking, including underage drinkers, and decrease many alcohol-related harms.
Regulate alcohol outlet density, limiting the number of businesses selling and distributing alcohol in neighborhoods is one of the most effective strategies for reducing alcohol-related harm.
Alcohol screening and brief intervention. Screening and brief intervention services provide in clinical, community, or fully online settings have been shown to reduce excessive alcohol consumption.
Limit the days and hours alcohol sales occur. Maintain or decrease days and hours that alcohol is sold.
Be it further resolved that the county manager is directed to forward this resolution to Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham, the leadership of the New Mexico Senate and House, senators and representatives in the New Mexico legislature representing Santa Fe County and New Mexico counties, board of directors and executive director.
And with that, I'm going to make a motion to approve this resolution on the 25th day of October.
Second.
Excellent. So I have a motion and a second. Are there any other comments or questions? Mr. Hughes?
Yeah, I want to thank Commissioners Hanson and Garcia for bringing this forward. It's a very important issue. I think all of the things that are being suggested to the state legislature are excellent ideas that would make a big difference. And I would just add that I think, and I know we're already working on this, that reducing childhood poverty and adverse childhood experiences, which are some of the things that predispose people to being vulnerable to alcoholism, it's another thing that we can work on together with the state legislature, but here in the county as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Excellent. No, thank you very much. Anybody else? Now I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I want to thank Rachel also for, it's good to see you, Rachel, and also thank you for your presentation.
Really, thank you so much. And I guess I need a resolution number.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, this is resolution number 2022-082.
Great. Thanks so much, Deputy Clerk. That takes us to the consent agenda. Are there any items anybody needs pulled for further discussion, or what's the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair, I have just a brief question on item 4A.
Okay,
I'd like to remove item B.
okay, so we're going to do it. We're going to remove B for further discussion. And what's your question on A?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In regards to item A, the partial vacation of a lot line adjustment, what part of the county is this property located at?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, this property is located up north, off of, I can't find the road name, Commissioner Garcia, but it's in the northern part of the county in District 1.
Thank you, Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. The exhibit in the yellow portion, that's actually the easement that's going to be vacated.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, that is correct. The area highlighted in yellow is the existing easement. So that's the portion that's going to be vacated, and then the portion that's highlighted in pink is going to be what they're going to dedicate as the new easement.
Thank you. And then the property owners to the east, they're okay with this?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, the property owners to the east have a different point of access. So this particular access only serves tracks 1, 2, and 3 on this, that's shown on this plat.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Luzar.
Thank you. So with those clarified, we voting on consent agenda excluding item B.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Hanson?
I so move to approve the consent agenda excluding item B.
If you have a motion, can I have a second? Okay, so I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Good. Before we go to B, can I get, well, resolution numbers for C, D, and E? Is it gonna- Would you rather do them in numeric order? Just for-
I'm just wanting to make sure I got the right numbers in place. Okay, so we are excluding item B, correct, Madam Chair?
Correct.
Okay, so item C is going to be resolution number 2022-083. Item D is resolution number 2022-084. Item E is resolution number 2022-085.
Great, thanks so much. So for item B, that's a resolution authorizing holidays, closing of county offices, and the 2023 Santa Fe County employee calendar. Commissioner Hughes, what were your questions on that?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. When I look at the list, I see that Juneteenth is not listed as a holiday, and I'm just a little concerned about that because I think it's a very important holiday. It marks the end of slavery, or when the end of slavery was brought to the people of Texas and they realized that they were free. I think it marks very important point in our history that we need to recognize somehow. I think my first choice would be to actually make it a holiday, or at least an administrative leave day like the other 11 holidays. I'm also open to the idea of doing something different if that's not feasible. But I would like to somehow note that that we recognize Juneteenth. I think it's important not just for the African-American community, who are the ones who first told me about this, but also I think for all of us, because in the past, if you go far enough back, all of us suffered from slavery at some point in the past, and abolishing slavery is one of the important things of our modern civilization.
Madam Chair.
Who said that? Ben Hanson.
Thank you. So the first thing I want to note is that on the resolution, it does not have your name. Somehow it didn't get changed. The Henry P. Roybal Chair, and I believe you are the
Well.
chair. So just a minor
Thank
thing.
you. We can handle this.
We can handle that. And then, so since the city gives 10.5 days and the state gives 11 days, and I recognize the importance of Juneteenth as an important day. I think that possibly we could switch it out with President's Day. and let President's Day be some kind of administrative or it does have an asterisk by it. I don't know.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, if I could, maybe just to add some context to the discussion. What we tried to put forth in the memo is just to understand a little bit of differences between the state and federal government, which I'll unpack a bit more here. At the state level, President's Day is ostensibly recognized the day after Thanksgiving, which is how state employees come to have a 4-day weekend for Thanksgiving. But President's Day itself is not a day off. Again, it's recognized the day after Thanksgiving. At the federal level, there's only one day for Thanksgiving, and President's Day, or Washington's birthday, I think as it's known under federal law, is recognized in February. And so an option would be to model practice of the state and recognize President's Day the day after Thanksgiving, and instead recognize Juneteenth as an administrative leave day. And so that would preserve, I think, our competitive balance vis-a-vis surrounding governmental entities, not get too far out of step of, the paid leave that our constituents enjoy in the private sector, while also continuing to recognize both dates in some way. So that would be one suggestion to potentially consider. And, that would, avoid, further drain on the bandwidth of, the county workforce in terms of hours that are actually available for output. That would be a suggestion to consider. And again, some additional context relative to the competing holiday landscape at the state and federal government level. Thank you.
Madam Chair. Yes, are you suggesting we opt out of giving them giving Thursday and Friday as holiday?
No, opting out of President's Day essentially and switching that and then
The
doing
Juneteenth,
Juneteenth
yeah.
instead.
Yeah, I'm good with that, but then on the resolution, I don't see President's Day. Am I missing it?
No, it's discussed now under,
Oh,
now therefore be resolved. I'm not sure why.
There's, Madam Chair, Commissioners, there's a technical difference in our handbook and in the CBAs between a day that's recognized as a holiday versus one for which administrative leave is paid. So there's a technical difference in terms of how it's treated vis-a-vis holiday premium pay. So that's why one is an administrative leave day and the other are recognized as paid holidays.
So we would essentially make Juneteenth the administrative leave day. Instead
I
of.
believe that is correct, but I'd want to confer with our HR and legal department just to make sure we get the accurate designation right. But I think for purposes of the board, I would focus on the number of days that you want and where you want them. And then we can take a few seconds to refine that analysis to make sure we've got it technically right. And we could come back to this order of business later in the meeting, if that makes sense to you, Madam Chair.
Got it. Great. Commissioner Hughes.
Before we do that, Manager Schaefer sent me an email not too long ago saying that the state provides Juneteenth Freedom Day shall be commemorated on the third Saturday in June of each year. Does that provide us a different option to recognize the holiday on a Saturday?
Doesn't give you a day off.
Yeah.
Doesn't give many people a day off, but I'm wondering since the state seems to recognize it on the other day, I'm not sure what this means.
If I could, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Juneteenth Freedom Day has been commemorated by the state since 2006 on the third Saturday in June of each year. So state law hasn't changed with regard to the commemoration of Juneteenth Freedom Day. What transpired last year is that the state and federal government opted to provide a paid holiday to state and federal employees to commemorate Juneteenth. So if you're endeavoring to, provide a paid day off for the majority of the county workforce, or maybe not quite a majority, but close to it, along with some commensurate benefit for unionized workforce, you would want to target a normal workday rather than a Saturday. And so I'd have to double check, and I think Jeff may have provided it to me, which day the state recognizes. I think it's either a Monday or a Friday. And Jeff's letting me know and believes that that's the Friday closest to this date. Monday, excuse me.
50-50 chance. So Commissioner Hughes, other commissioners, if is our target, we go ahead and keep it at 11 days, but because we're going to stay with Juneteenth.
Madam Chair, I'm fine with either. I think I have a slight preference for giving people a 12th a day because I always think we should do better than the city and federal government. But if the other commissioners, like my fellow Commissioner Hanson, prefer to keep it at 11, then I would go with the option of switching out President's Day.
And I wonder if might bring it up as a discussion starting in the January/February budget cycle and see it so that there can be a budget assessment of that and have it considered next year, but this year at least just to take it out. So we're discussing the calendar, and the issue is Commissioner Hughes is concerned that we're not formally recognizing Juneteenth, but we recognize President's Day, Veterans Day, and all these other holidays. And Juneteenth is very important. So, the two ways forward are to, we give 11 holidays. So we can keep it at 11 and just replace, do a swap out so that we're more formally recognizing Juneteenth, even acknowledging that everybody recognizes the importance of it. And we have a state day that commemorates it, not that much, but we would go the next step of actually formally recognizing it, which certainly sounds like a good thing. Or we could give a 12th holiday, but there are certainly budget impacts to that. This is an off the cuff action to take for that kind of impact. So I was just suggesting that, we could ask that it be brought up and evaluated in the budget cycle. If you're good with that.
Well, and you were suggesting we switch out President's Day and then in the budget cycle we bring up.
Yeah, that's what I was suggesting because
Yeah.
that's the day everybody landed on to switch out. Unless we could switch out New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, but that doesn't seem like such a great idea.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Roybal.
we see, I know that we have a lot of elected officials that actually operate on offices that, and ask them how this affects them and if there's any input from elected officials on just making this decision.
So, and that would be even now for this, if we just switch days, like how it would impact their offices to not have a holiday in February, but instead have it in June? Is that what you're suggesting, Commissioner Rodman?
No, I know that there's been times where we've made some changes that affected some of our elected offices, especially I think our county clerk had some issues with constituents with one of the holidays and the closures. So I don't know if the county clerk or any other elected officials have any input as to how we proceed with the day off. I don't know if you want to ask that question.
No, it's a very good idea, but Juneteenth is going to be consistently after primaries and way before regular national elections. So that's one important consideration. Our departments that have the public safety response, they often, some of their shifts never get holiday, they get them deferred and changed because it's a 24/7 service.
So Madam Chair, at the moment, I'm moving toward keeping it at 11 days, but figuring out how to work with the schedule. And if we can switch out President's Day, I would be good with that.
Okay, and Manager Schaefer, you were suggesting that we come to this sort of consensus and then bring this up again slightly later in the agenda, actually, after you've gathered some information?
That would be correct, Madam Chair. That would be one way to approach it. Another would be to table the item until the next meeting. I don't think there's any particular urgency to doing this today, so either would work.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I suggest we table it to the next meeting just in case the other elected officials want to have input.
Great idea.
If there's
Okay.
something we didn't think of.
Great idea.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion to table and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. So that takes us to miscellaneous action items. First is 6A, a resolution amending Santa Fe County's Human Resources Handbook. And to avoid speaking too much for a moment, I'm going to go right to Manager Schaefer, who's moving to the podium.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can everyone hear me okay? Daniel, could you bring up the presentation, please? First, Madam Chair, while we're waiting for a PowerPoint presentation to be broadcast on WebEx and on your screens, you have a hard copy of it, I believe, that was handed out to you as the meeting began. I did want to note the fact that a updated Exhibit D was also handed out to the Board of County Commissioners. In it, as we did some final due diligence, we did strike through a few positions that we believe would properly be recognized as part of the AFSCME 1782 bargaining unit, and thus would be unaffected by the board's action if you approve of the resolution as presented. So those are literally shown, those positions with strike throughs. I believe there were 3 in total, if I'm not mistaken. And moving beyond that, I'm going to go into our PowerPoint presentation rather than simply go through in great detail what's already in your packet in terms of a memo and supporting documentations. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm going to begin with what county management was endeavoring to fix in terms of weaknesses in our existing compensation and classification system. First, there was no defined salary growth for the majority of AFSCME 1782 and non-union employees. Second, I think management has recognized, as has various county employees, that our merit race system has proven to be ineffective. Job-specific performance is not clearly defined or measured under existing performance appraisals. The handbook standard for merit increases reserves merit increases for our highest performers only. And no money is specifically allocated historically to merit increases. This has had a tendency to skew or potentially skew hiring decisions so as to create salary savings to use with existing staff. Without a dedicated pot of money, it's hard to also make uniform and systematic changes based upon performance. Historically, our existing pay ranges have not been adjusted for inflation or for cost of living adjustments. This has resulted in many employees moving through ranges without experiencing real salary growth. And it's also eroded our external competitiveness over time due to the cost of inflation. In essence, the value of our range has decreased as costs have increased. We've not undertaken systematic market analysis in order to determine how we're doing amongst our major competitors or the market in which we compete on a holistic basis. And we've had a proliferation of pay ranges, 69 as it currently stands, that provide for little differentiation between the pay ranges themselves. So what we've looked to do and what we're calling phase one of our reimagination of the compensation and classification plan is to come up with competitive ranges, provide for defined growth for most of our non-union workforce positions, and also undertake and commit to regularly updating our work to make sure that we are systematically apprising ourselves of what the market is doing. So first part of that was to do a comprehensive market analysis that we believe generally produce competitive ranges, the midpoints of which generally represent full market pay, reduce the number of pay ranges from 69 to 20, and then divide the ranges generally into what we call step eligible positions and non-step eligible positions. Step eligible positions would generally be those in ranges 1 to 13. The minimum to midpoint of the range would be divided into steps, and the step placement would be determined by relevant qualifications compared to the minimum qualifications for the position. And each step up to midpoint would correspond to 1 year of experience and or education above the minimum qualifications. Non-step eligible positions would be those in ranges 14 to 20, which includes, I believe, approximately 17 positions out of the total non-union positions in the county. Nothing that the board does relative to this proposed resolution would affect those positions. We're not proposing any pay increases for those higher level management positions. And then finally, the proposed resolution recognizes that there have been from time to time and currently are certain positions that have set salaries that fall within a proposed range. But again, the salaries are primarily set based upon the specific market in which those positions exist. And these would primarily be non-union positions that sit atop, if you will, of the bargaining units in the public safety union. So as those salaries have increased over time, we want to see salaries of the non-union positions also increase to avoid that compaction. And again, that's been taken care of largely outside of this process. Going forward, ranges and steps within them would be adjusted for any COLAs that the board would provide. And finally, the resolution would commit the county to doing a comprehensive market analysis, a minimum of every 2 years, and county management has tentatively targeted the fall and winter of 2023 as the first refresh. And then that would presumptively be the cycle going forward so that we're getting that data as you're building the next fiscal year budget and have the opportunity to include fresh market information in your budgetary decisions. The next thing I wanted to highlight a few issues relative to what phase one is by the numbers, if you will. Approximately 47% of county employees are in non-union positions. For those who would fall within step eligible positions, county management's proposal would provide immediate raises to approximately 63% of non-union employees in step eligible positions. And the raises vary based upon where the employee salaries currently are as well as what the proposed recommended range is for the positions, and range from, a cent up to $9.28 per hour, with an average of approximately $2.13 an hour, or 7.14%. We estimate with our finance division, using the last time we updated the numbers in or about June or July, that the initial cost of implementing this in our non-union workforce would be about $1.67 million on an annualized basis. That includes both initial raises for eligible current employees, as well as the cost of filling vacant positions at midpoint. Future step increases, as we emphasized in our packet material, if funded by the board and the board retains discretion in that regard in the document as presented, would put upward pressure on future budgets as you plan for future step increases. The exact amount will depend upon what our vacancy rates are, as well as what steps our employees fall into in the compensation and classification system. What we would call phase two would consist of a variety of different elements, and it really represents that this is, again, a redesign and reimagination of how we think we need to approach compensation and classification, as well as helping our employees prepare for positions and higher pay ranges. The first would be to redesign the merit system for implementation during fiscal year 2024. We need to work with all involved to clearly define and outline measurable performance goals that are job specific. Our expectation, because of the way that the system is designed, is that payment beyond the midpoint would be the exception rather than the rule. But we'd also need to implement any merit system, a specific appropriation of money, an amount to be developed, so that there's money available to fund merit increases. In terms of continuing to invest and develop our workforce so that they have the skills needed to advance to positions in higher pay ranges, this would begin in calendar year 2023 and be ongoing. First is to find a clear pathway for employees to obtain certifications that would allow them to be eligible for supervisory positions. And so this would be to further the initiative of allowing for New Mexico EDGE certified public supervisor designation to substitute for supervisory experience. HR and Risk Management Division Director Sonia Quintana is working on developing a specific curriculum so that both of those designations and the courses needed to obtain them would be provided to county employees only beginning in calendar year 2023, so that we would have a designated time when employees would be able to take the necessary courses over a recurring course of, I believe we've identified Fridays as the most likely date. But you would, in essence, condense what oftentimes takes a more extended period into a matter of months, so that employees do have the opportunity to obtain those New Mexico EDGE certifications. We'd also be working with departments and elected officials to identify and develop other needed skills. This may take various forms, but this could be non-degree continuing education courses and such basic skills as Excel, Word, other things that are an integral part and necessary building block for a lot of the modern workforce. In addition, we want to look at our, I think, underutilized tuition assistance program to see what barriers to utilization exist and what changes may need to be made so that we have more employees who are availing themselves of that opportunity to have their tuition towards degree granting programs paid for by the county. So at this point, before I turn it over to Ms. Quintana to explain a little bit about the process that was undertaken, I would just highlight the fact that, the compensation and classification system is flexible, and by approving the subject resolution, the system's not cast in stone. And the resolution specifically preserves the Human Resource Director's existing authority to approve changes to job descriptions, including minimum qualifications and duties, as well as assign pay ranges or set salaries in positions within available resources. So again, there's that continuing opportunity for elected officials as well as department directors to work with the HR director on an ongoing basis. And then finally, I would note that the Board of County Commissioners, even if the resolution is passed, would have a continuing role to play. Specifically, the resolution calls out comprehensive changes because of the budgetary impact would be brought to the board for approval, if we were moving all of the ranges by, say, 10%, something like that, based upon a market analysis refresh. And then finally, to the extent that there are proposed changes within an elected office or within a department or division that are beyond existing budgetary resources, that budgetary action would need to be approved by the board as other budget increases are in the ordinary course. So at this point, I'm going to turn over the presentation to Ms. Quintana to go through the process that was actually utilized to come up with the pay ranges and step structure proposed to the board.
Mr. Hamilton, commissioners, thank you so much for your time and for allowing me to present to you today. I want to just go through the process we utilized, and I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me? Okay. We utilized to solicit and get the results, our final product for the cost and comp study. Of course, we started with a solicitation of through the procurement process for a vendor. That solicitation narrowed us down to the selection of Valiant Consulting Group and Keystone International. And I would like to note that this was a team of individuals, and they were very dynamic and very responsive with the county. So I did appreciate that. We started the process by sending out position description questionnaires to all county employees to fill out. We did send the vendor a copy of their job description, but they sent out an actual questionnaire to each and every employee that was going to be covered by the study. The employees were given a timeline to fill those out and return them to the consultant. Once the consultant received and reviewed those, they were then sent out to department directors, supervisors, and managers for additional input into the job description. Again, those were returned to the vendor for review. They were then forwarded on to me, and I scheduled meetings with each of the department directors and elected officials to go through the finalized and updated job descriptions and seek input about any of the changes that were made, recommended changes that were made to the job descriptions. Once that process was done, Keystone, while we were meeting with the departments, started their work on market analysis. And they used a market-based approach to determine our pay ranges. And what I mean by that is they looked at other comparable entities, comparable in budget size, staff size, the type of organization that we are, and the services that we provide. So comparing IT positions to IT positions, finance positions to finance positions, and then the location in which we recruit. They gathered salary rates from multiple compensation surveys to include Bernalillo County, the Bureau of Labor Statistics and ONET, City of Santa Fe, City of Albuquerque, Donna Ana County, Los Alamos County, Nonprofit Organization Salary and Benefits Report, the State of New Mexico, and the U.S. Department of Labor. So again, we have a lot of jobs in the county. We offer a lot of services, and they did survey many entities to get comparables. They matched our job descriptions to the identified benchmark job in each survey using our specific job duties that were listed, the responsibilities, essential functions, knowledge, skills, and abilities, and the qualifications within each of the finalized job descriptions. They vetted the survey job matches to ensure that they best represented Santa Fe County job classifications. So it wasn't just a match of title to title, it was also a match of specific job duties and essential functions and what are we requiring for each position. So it was a really extensive review. I wanted to make sure that we were aligning
to move
average
forward.
pay rates.
Madam Chair, we need to move forward. And the slides.
Sorry. Typically offered by like employers to employees performing comparable work. Like employers, again, like us in size, both budgetary size and the number of employees, offering similar services and in our geographic region. And again, looking at the benchmark positions to make sure that it was similar in job duties, scope, functions, and what was required for that particular role. They identified midpoints as full market pay. So when I talk about midpoint, it is a fully functioning employee, somebody who can fully perform the duties of the position, as opposed to somebody who maybe is just starting in the role and learning the position. When I talk about midpoint, it is a fully functioning employee. So that step 6 does represent a fully functioning employee.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, just if the resolution is approved in terms of next steps, employees within non-bargaining unit employees would be notified either of their new salary or the fact that there is no change. Changes would be implemented in the pay period that begins November 5, 2022. It's a pretty tight turnaround, but one that we think we can meet. As I alluded to earlier, approval of this action doesn't cast the compensation and classification system in stone. There will be ongoing and continued maintenance between now and even the next market refresh next year. And then we'll proceed with phase 2 development and implementation. I'll just note that, again, this resolution does not impact the AFSCME 1782 bargaining unit employees. We are in ongoing negotiations with the exclusive representative of that union. I'll just note that I've made it clear to Ms. Quintana and Deputy County Attorney Brown and other members of our team that certainly is a management priority to move those negotiations forward as quickly as we can. And they know to adjust their schedules and make themselves available accordingly. So with that, we'd be pleased to answer any questions. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Manager Schaefer and Director. I know I have a question from Commissioner Garcia, so why don't you start out?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Manager Schaefer. Attorney Brown, Director Sonia Quintana. We appreciate you all bringing this compensation plan forward. It took many, many years. So under your institutional knowledge that you have in this place, glad you're there, standing there, as well as the other two up there, because without your institutional knowledge of where we've been the last 7, 10 years, is nobody probably realizes that. It took a little while for you and your team and the new individuals that have come forward, Elias, Leandro, to work out this compensation plan. And I was very happy to see that the individual firm that we hired went out to all the managers. Thank you, all managers, for working in regards to this plan, as well as all the employees. Every single employee out there got the opportunity to fill out the survey, to look at their job description, to look at additional job descriptions. And I think that actually shows that your team went out and actually asked employees' opinions on what their job descriptions are. So I thank you all for that. So in regards to the union, Manager Schaefer, so the union is still negotiating their contract with the union representatives. Is that why they're, is that what they're still doing? Did I hear that correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, that is correct. Management is in active negotiations with the exclusive representative of the AFSCME 1782 bargaining unit for a replacement collective bargaining agreement for the one that's due to expire at the end of this calendar year, if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So once again, it's up to the union representatives to work with their union representatives so they can create their contracts so they can negotiate with upper management, correct? That we're waiting for the union because
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, it is a process, and so we're required under state law to negotiate with the exclusive representative, and so that process is ongoing. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In regards to the competitive ranges, we talked about this as a commission as a whole in that back when the staff was going and what we're doing with recommendations. In regards to the competitive ranges, as Director Quintana brought up the different, whether the governmental entities, of what we compared our salaries to. Commissioner Hughes and myself and a few other commissioners brought up, for an example, why does a backhoe operator doesn't get paid for a private firm? And we realize how that works because I get a lot of questions out there. How come we don't get paid what the private sector is paying out there? And, these individuals need to realize the private sector doesn't pay for insurance, doesn't pay for healthcare, doesn't pay for retirement, holidays that we just actually approved. So I just want to know that the individuals out there that we have been briefed on what's going on throughout this process. One of the things, I don't know if this is appropriate to ask, but we're going to ask it, is so does this actually prohibit what we've done in the past as into hiring middle management higher than the existing director at that department? Somebody new comes in here, director getting paid this, and all of a sudden the new assistant manager for a department gets paid the higher wages higher than the director?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, if we're talking about step eligible positions, both existing employees as well as new hires would be consistently treated. Now there, certainly do exist certain current employees whose existing salary is above what the new proposed system would recommend. No change in their salary is recommended. So I do want to note there are those outliers in terms of what we're proposing as a system and where their salaries exist. But in terms of leaving them to the side, both existing employees and new hires would be judged by the same criteria, and their salary would be set by the same criteria in those ranges 1 through 13 position that are determined to be step eligible. That's a long answer to your question, but I hope I answered it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Manager Schaefer. I just want to have an understanding that in the past, it's been all over the place. And I get calls from employees as into people that have been here for 10, 15, 20 years, and somebody else comes in, I'm going to be upfront, somebody else comes in and all of a sudden they jump to a high pay rate. And so I hope that you or Director Quintana can, with a new compensation plan, if the commission chooses to approve it, that's looked into. Because I just feel it needs to be equal for everybody. Thank you. And with that, thank you all again for working hard on this. Appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there other questions?
Madam Chair. Yes, I think we should move ahead with this. I was just wondering how you would see perhaps developing the merit system to go beyond this, because I think that, I'm not sure I have this right, but it seems that once someone reaches sort of the middle point of their pay range, then we would need a merit system for people to be able to keep moving forward in their salaries and et cetera.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, I think from the management perspective, we envision the primary growth pattern to be through advancement in the pay ranges as opposed to within the job, a single job classification. As Ms. Quintana pointed out, the midpoint isn't a C grade. It's supposed to approximate full market pay for a fully functional individual. And so pay beyond that within an existing job, we would propose to be reserved, as is the case under the existing handbook, for truly exemplary performance. So I think in terms of what that looks like, it's working with elected officials, department directors to really define what that truly exceptional performance is with measurable data that we can apply consistently amongst all employees within the classification. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you. I guess I'm just encouraging you to work on that because I think we do have some exceptional employees and we want to make sure we keep them and have a process to do so and for them to realize that they are recognized as exceptional when that's appropriate. But yeah, you answered my question. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Commissioner Hanson?
Madam Chair, Manager Stather, Rachel and Sonia, I think this is something we've been talking about for a while, and I feel very strongly that we're moving in the right direction here because we want the employees to feel that they're valued and not arbitrarily valued. And so this is a way for them to have the ability to have their salaries raised and in a step manner, which a lot of people, seem to be concerned about. And I think the merit compensation needs to be really something set aside so that we're really working and supporting people who are part of the process as they make the steps up the ladder. And yes, of course, when we have exceptional individuals that we do not want to lose, then there is a way that we can recognize them through this merit pay. But I think it should be the exception and not the regular manner of doing things, because I think that is one of the things that has gotten us in trouble or gotten employees unhappy and feeling not recognized, when maybe they have really worked hard, but they didn't get recognized for that because there wasn't a process involved. So I think that we should move forward with this. I hope that the unions will move forward with this and that we can continue to talk to them and negotiate. But for the non-union, I think this is the right move. So with that, thank you, Madam Chair.
Excellent. Thank you. Are there other questions or comments? And if not, what's the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair, move for approval.
Second.
Excellent. I have a motion and a second, and I just, under discussion, want to agree that this is a fabulous effort that you guys brought forward. And I'm very, very grateful to see the developmental approach that's being taken. That is, it's not fixed in stone, that you guys took great care to do that. And that's really, I really respect that and think that's an essential part. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstentions? Great. Thanks for the long haul it took to do this.
Madam Chair?
Yes, I'm ready. You got me halfway.
6A is resolution number 2022-086.
Great, thank you. That takes us to 6B, which is consideration and tentative approval of basic deal points for potential local economic development at project, the Bishop's Lodge wastewater treatment plant. And we have, Paul, you just don't look like Joseph McCarthy. And
Thank you for that.
I'll tell him you said that. Leandro Cordova, and thanks for both of you for leading us through this.
Okay, good afternoon, Madam Chair. Paul Olafson with the Community Development Department. I am pinch hitting today for Joseph as he is out and as Chris is out as well, Chris Heyer. The item before you is a LEDA project to provide a loan pass-through from State Environment Department to the Bishop's Lodge Resort for the construction of a new wastewater treatment plant that will replace the existing wastewater treatment plant. Staff has worked very closely with representatives from Bishop's Lodge and staff from the manager's office, public works, community development, and legal have all worked together to bring forward these list of conditions and terms. And our point today is to present them to you and also have a discussion on direction moving forward. Too much more resources are put into it on anyone's side. I think the recommendations before you were put together in a consensus basis with staff and with consultation with the resort. And I'm going to step aside and let Leandro present more specifics. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I'm going to first start with a change that was in the memo that was in your packet. In the background portion of that memo that was in the packet, we mentioned that county staff is currently working with NMED to clarify loan requirements. We did have a meeting on Friday of last week, and that is the results of that meeting are captured in the memo that was given to you today. And so I'm going to go ahead and go through that real quick just so that we could clarify a point that was in the original memo. As I mentioned, staff met with them. Our county staff met with New Mexico Environment Department staff, including legal department on both sides, to clarify that the Clean Water State Revolving Fund loan requirements and the ownership requirements for the proposed replacement wastewater treatment plant, to get some clarity on that. And so basically, we did find out that Santa Fe County can apply for this loan as a pass-through, maintaining ownership of the plant with Bishop's Lodge. We would have some responsibility for operations throughout the loan, throughout the term of the useful life of the plant. However, we can use a third party or Bishop's Lodge itself, so we can enter into an agreement to have Bishop's Lodge as a third party operate and maintain the plant, but we will have some responsibility on that. So just to clarify the point in the original memo, we would not need to own the plant. We would be able to apply as a pass-through, which is what I believe both parties prefer. Both Bishop's Lodge and the county prefer to move forward with no ownership exchange and allowing Bishop's Lodge to continue to operate and maintain the new wastewater treatment plant. So that's one thing I wanted to get out of the way to clarify in the memo. I'm not going to go through every point of the memo. For the most part, I'm very grateful for our team here at the county, as well as the representatives of Bishop's Lodge, we've been working together for the last few weeks pretty consistently. We've had weekly meetings to discuss most of the points or all of the points that are before you in the LIDA agreement portion of the memo. The one point, though, that I'm going to focus on today is the one thing that we don't quite have agreement on today. And we're asking the board for some guidance so that we could go forward. And that's specifically on the loan term. Staff and resort representatives have not agreed upon a loan term. Ultimately, it is what we're asking the board today to help us decide. Our Santa Fe County staff does suggest a 10-year loan term maximum. This is primarily due to being able to make our bonding capacity and pledge revenue available for other LIDA projects much quicker. This is also to minimize the county's risk exposure. And it's also to be consistent with the county's recent LIDA projects, which have not had an extended term. We also realize, regardless of the term, county staff recommends that the resort's annual payments to the county equal or exceed the county's annual payments to NMED. We want to have a balance of what's coming in versus what's going out. And so this would prevent an imbalance between the county and NMED. This likely would preclude any balloon payments proposed by the resort based on that, so that we could be able to maintain the balance if we choose to go forward with a 10-year term. The resort has requested a longer term, up to 30 years. This is to maximize the value of the below market rate loan, and because the wastewater treatment plant currently does not generate enough revenue to service a shorter term. The county staff, however, considers the beneficiary of the loan to be the resort and not the special entity created to own the wastewater treatment plant. So accordingly, county staff believes it is appropriate to consider the debt service capability of the resort as well as just the entity that's created to run and operate the plant. So one point I'll make before I open it up for some questions on this is the reason we're concerned about balloon payments. We could potentially structure a 30-year amortization with a 10-year balloon payment as suggested by the Bishop's Lodge representatives. However, I just want to point out at the end of the 10 years, based on a 30-year amort, the balloon payment would still be over $3.6 million. So that's still quite a bit of risk for the county at that point. And we would then also need to capture that in our collateral requirements of the applicant going forward. I think I'll pause right now and open it up for any questions if there are any specific to the loan terms, and see if I can answer those.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Roy Paul, do you have questions to start with? Because I told you this isn't your district.
I'll go ahead and defer to other commissioners, and then I'll,
Back.
yeah.
So Commissioner Hanson, then Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what is the collateral?
So we've given a list of different options, basically the exact same list that NMED has for financial assurance. There's options of either cash, trust, surety bonds, letters of credit, collateral bonds, a third-party guarantee from an acceptable entity other than the qualifying entity or the special purpose entity, insurance, or a combination of any of the above. So we haven't completely decided on the collateral terms as of yet, because the term is a big factor as to how we want to make sure that we're covered at either the 10-year mark or anywhere along the line.
I support the 10-year term, definitely. I already think that this is putting the county at way too much risk. This company is, Bishop's Lodge has already gone bankrupt a number of times in the past. And as I was reading over the ROI, I saw that not only do they plan to build a wastewater plant, but at the same time, they're building a spa and fitness center. How can they, why should we be the ones supporting the wastewater plant? And then they're going out to get a loan for a spa and a fitness center And so why aren't they just getting a loan for everything at one time? And then also, why aren't they just going directly to NMED? Because NMED can give them this loan, and then we don't have to go through all the collateral and everything that's going on. I think this is a really bad deal for the county. I think that we are supporting the 1%. And it's a misuse of taxpayer money. I feel very strongly about that. I know that, so what you're asking is the only thing and I don't even really support it, but the 10-year is the only thing I would do. You know, I don't see any other process in any other way, but I don't support this project at all. And I want to know how much staff time we've already spent on this. I feel like there's a tremendous amount of staff resources that have been spent on this, that we have other projects that need to be taken care of. I mean, there are the sewers in Agua Fria, there are the Canyoncito water system, there is projects in District 3, you know, of La Cienega and the wells. And like, why are we giving money to an entity that can get money somewhere else and that has gone bankrupt over the years a number of times? I mean, what kind of real collateral do we have? And, you know, does MMED accept corporate quality corporation for mines and financial assurance permitting for like the San Juan generating station? Yeah, I mean, there's just so many things about this that make me uncomfortable. So I'll stop there, and because I would like some answers to some of those questions.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, you're right. There is an option for Bishop's Lodge to go directly to NMED. It would be a higher interest rate. So we do get a preferable interest rate, and that is one of the major advantages. In terms of staff time, we have been committed to this. We have a great team here at the county. We've been working really hard, and we have dedicated a fair amount of time to keep moving this forward as directed. So we're certainly taking it seriously and putting in the effort that's required to be able to give you as many answers as possible.
Excellent, thank you. Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just wondering, what is the difference in interest rates between what we get and what they would get?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, I understand it to be about 2 to 2.5 points. Right now, our rate, the market rate for the county to be able to get this loan is about 0.25%. And I understand that the private entity alone would have about a 2.25 to 2.5% rate.
Thank you. I mean, 2.25 is still below inflation. I think that's a pretty favorable rate. I mean, I think that as far as I can tell, it would be much better. I mean, I don't think the work we would have to put into this is worth just a 2% discount on their rate, since they can go and get the loan themselves from NMED at a very, that's much below a market rate, I assume. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Deputy Manager. As the commissioners mentioned, the staff time. Thank you all staff that actually worked on this. What, 3 months, 4 months, or they've probably been at, how long have you been at this?
Well, we've been meeting weekly for the last month or so at least. And then I know prior to that, our Economic Development Department has been working on it. We've had discussions with the applicant. So yeah, about 3 to 4 months.
So what capacity does the bonding come out of for this type of project?
So Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, we would be pledging a subordinate lien on our 0.4375% of unpledged gross receipts tax revenue.
So how does this affect the county's bonding capacity if we were to go out to borrow some additional money for county projects.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, basically it does take that away from our overall capacity. So we would be pledging for the 5.1 million out of that 0.4375%. So we basically be taking away about 5.1 million of any bonding capacity in the short term. Of course, as the loan gets paid off, that gets greater over time. But so initially about $5.1 million.
Is there, thank you, Madam Chair. So is there other examples of a project or projects that we've done similar to this?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, we've done other LEADER projects, nothing like this. This is a unique one for us. This is one, with this, I think is the first time Santa Fe County has approached NMED to look at the clean water revolving fund that we would be approaching it for. And this is a bit of a different project in regards to the collateral. We don't really have a piece of property or something yet. We don't want ownership of the plant. So we're not accepting the plant itself as collateral. So that makes it unique in terms of other LEADER projects we've done.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can somebody explain to me how the Santa Fe Brewing Company utilized LIDO funds? Or studios, Santa Fe Studios? Or if we did any of those LIDO funds for either of those projects?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, Santa Fe Brewing Company, the majority of economic development assistance provided was a pass-through from the state. So the State Economic Development Department provided virtually all of the assistance, if memory serves, for Santa Fe Brewing Company. Relative to the Santa Fe Studios project, it was a mixture of local and state resources. The state, through various capital outlay appropriations, provided ballpark figures around $10 million in economic development assistance. And the county guaranteed a loan from what was then Los Alamos National Bank. I seem to recall, and again, don't hold me to the precise dollar figures, but roughly these are accurate. It was in excess of $6 million that the county guaranteed in terms of a loan from LAMB to Santa Fe Studios. So again, that was funded through a mixture of state appropriation and county funds. And in that particular case, the county funds used to guarantee the principal repayment of the private loan were put on deposit and remain on deposit with Los Alamos National Bank, or more accurately, its successor in interest. I hope that answers your question.
Madam Chair, yes, Manager Schaefer. In the repayback of the loan, if it is approved, who can explain to me how much lodger's tax Bishop's Lodge will be estimated?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, I don't have an exact number. Our lodgers tax countywide is up tremendously. I do know Bishop's Lodges, I think they're number 2 contributor overall, with the Four Seasons, I think, being the number 1. In the past, it's been between $25,000 and $40,000 a year. I think a month. So that gives us about 300,000 to 400,000 this year. This year is the high water mark. I don't know if we could really compare it going further back because they weren't really operating. They also weren't operating at 100% capacity throughout most of this year. So I hope that answered your question, but we don't have a solid number on it, but they are definitely a substantial contributor to our lodgers tax.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Deputy Manager. I'm just seeing the 2% difference in if the entity was to go out there and get a loan, it's basically 2%, as Commissioner Hughes brought forward. The other thing is in regards to the spa. So is anybody from land use here? Do we actually have application in regards to the resort coming forward for additional approvals on that property?
I believe there's an application. I'm not sure of the details.
We currently have
Your-
an
you-
application for
Tell
them.
us your name, please.
Oh, sorry. Michelle Hunter, Water Resources Manager, Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia. Right now, in-house, we have an application for an amendment to their site development plan to add the spa and the additional rooms. The
Thank
spa,
you.
Yep.
Thank you, Ms. Hunter. You might want to answer, you may be able to answer this question. Also, is their current plant in violation with the New Mexico Environment Department?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, that's a complicated answer. There are certain elements of their permit that they are in violation of with respect to groundwater impacts and daily effluent requirements, their standards. Those are occasionally out of compliance, and there are groundwater impacts, nitrate, chloride, sulfate from the current discharge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In regards to the larger picture of groundwater, is it to be out there envision a larger plan as into not just Bishop's Lodge, what's the surrounding areas? Has anybody thought about that? Everything downhill from that, the casino, all that stuff there that it comes from those beautiful mountains, the songs that are Crystal Mountains, everything comes down, goes down that way, don't come to Santa Fe, but
Madam,
somebody thinking of a larger plan out in that area?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, that would be the ideal situation, is if we were going to do this, to have a regional plant would be certainly a better option for the county or everyone in that valley. Right now, we do have time constraints associated with what the lodge wants to do. It's extremely difficult to contemplate an expansion right now when they don't have a functioning wastewater treatment plant. And so a regional solution would be a far better one. But right now, they need to solve their problem. And so a regional plant would not be possible in the time frame. They need to do something.
Thank you. So what is the resort doing right now with their waste?
Currently, Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, currently they are hauling the majority of their liquid waste off-site to the wastewater treatment plant. City's wastewater treatment plant.
Anybody can answer this. We received some capital outlay money for the Santa Fe Opera probably 7, 8, 9 years ago. Manager Schaefer, do you remember? How did we funnel money from the state legislature to a nonprofit, which is the Santa Fe Opera? Do we run that plant? Do we own that plant? Does anybody know?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, we have an agreement with the opera that we own the plant and that the funding as well as the implementation of the facility and subsequent operation was completed by the opera. And they currently handle all responsibilities relative to that. So it's largely a pass-through of all responsibility.
This is one of the questions that I had last year, whenever this opera plant came forward, before all of my projects that have been there for a little while. So the county does own the opera plant. We have a memorandum of understanding or some sort of an agreement that we let the opera operate and look at their next environment permits, et cetera.
That's correct, Commissioner.
I don't have no further questions.
And just
Madam Chair.
for the record, Madam Chair, it's John Dupuy, Utilities Division Director.
Thank you, John. Really appreciate it. I think I'm going to go ahead and go next to let Commissioner Roybal go last since it's his district. I think there are a number of things noteworthy here. First of all, I would support a 10-year term because it's in line, it's more in line with the timing of what we try to do in terms of the way the county manages debt service to be able to support large numbers of projects and have our debt service commitment roll on a multi-year basis. It fits in with that. This project is in the ballpark of sizes of the kinds of projects we have to deal with on a regular basis. With respect to details such as whether we can do a 10-year term but a 30-year amortization, I would suggest that that issue is a fairly objective one. If we can get an sufficient surety for the county that that payment can be made by having money put aside or whatever. I know proposals have been made. I think that is just fine. I think it's a little gratuitous to say, well, but this business has, gone out of business before. This is a different owner. And the whole principle of what governments try to do in terms of economic development does give support. We do an awful lot of things for all of our individual constituents. But we take private firms where, yes, private firms make profits, but the idea of doing economic development on LEADA grant in the first place is because there's the potential economic improvements to the governmental entity and all of the constituents. This is one of those kinds of economic developments that every constituent in the county okay, that's an extreme. Most constituents in the county that speak to me are most interested in. It's not a big manufacturing plant. It's not a call center. It is supports the tourism industry. And as we just heard, it's in the county, the second biggest contributor. That's a big piece of economic development potential for Santa Fe County. Not only that, our past LEADA grants have in the years I've been a commissioner, have been in the ballpark, some of them of maybe 8 to 12 jobs. This is a couple hundred, more than a couple hundred jobs. Third of all, this is dealing with, in my mind, a private entity. That sewage treatment plant services also a large community. So you get a double good deal. You help a whole bunch of constituents in that area, and you get some economic development of the exact kind of economic development that this county looks to promote. That's why governments do the promotion of business. And I recognize, why did we not say to other economic development things, well, you can go get a loan, like, loans are really cheap now. They're not right now. Interest rates are going up. But in the time I've been a commissioner the last 5, almost 6 years, interest rates have been incredibly low. And we didn't tell other business entities, well, you're a business entity. If you're worth keeping in business, you can go out and get the loan yourself. This is an opportunity for a pass-through, a very low interest loan that in support of a public-private partnership, which is one way around the country that's promoted as being able to do economic development. So if we can assure strongly that the county doesn't end up owning the plant, which is something that has been worked on, and my full understanding is that the applicants have worked very hard on this to assure that. Everything the county has asked for, they're working on meeting. So I do not, I think it is not misuse of taxpayer money. It is exactly the kind of service that it is our obligation to try to develop. We do both things. We help constituents directly, and we are in the position to help and promote economic development. And so I know this is difficult. Doing anything for the first time is difficult. And with all apologies to Michelle, I recognize that dealing with NMED can be difficult because, I mean, there are things that they legally can do with this directly, which they haven't bothered to figure out. And I'm sure it's partly because of staffing concerns and other priorities. But, you know, they're not making it easy for us. And so we are taking the burden, staff time and the effort of trying to forge new ground. Frankly, I think in comparison to all the other kinds of projects we do, it's new ground worth forging. So now I'm going to go to Commissioner Roybal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess my first question, at our August 30th, staff requested, our meeting on August 30th, staff requested to receive direction to utilize the county's GRT bond capacity, not the county's DOB capacity, which is on the 11-8 ballot and includes the projects such as Olive Fria Sewer Line and the Santa Fe River project or Greenway Trail projects. And that was something Commissioner Hansen alluded to or made mention of earlier. Has this pledging source changed?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, the pledge source for this particular would be GRT, our unpledged GRT that's available to us as opposed to the GEO bond. This isn't a GEO bond pledge.
So we're still using the GEO bond capacity for those projects. Is that correct?
For the projects you mentioned, Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, for the projects you mentioned, yes, we're asking the voters to approve GEO bond capacity for those particular projects.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify because Commissioner Hansen brought that up and I just wanted to make sure that you were taking care of those projects as well. And just out of curiosity, do you know the potential increase for jobs in GRT? Has that been analyzed or that we can understand the potential positive impact on this project?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, we did receive the economic impact study and just for clarity, we have to look at what's specific to the wastewater treatment plant project. So the jobs being created would have to be specific to that because that's what we're lending the money to do. So when we look at that, I think it's not many jobs specific to the wastewater treatment plant, but once the wastewater treatment plant is online, they can then expand their operations, open up the spa, and therefore then hire additional FTE based on the completion of the wastewater treatment plant. But there isn't a large amount of jobs tied to the specific project. I think it's 2 to 5 over the course of that, I believe.
So it does have a potential once the project is complete to actually open up more jobs. Is that right?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, yes, it does. And that's just part of what's made this kind of nuanced is we do have to look at the wastewater treatment plant specifically, but we do recognize and appreciate that there's a residual effect and that there will be an opportunity to expand their operations by doing this project.
This project involves a loan from NMED to the county and then a sub loan to the applicant. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, yes, that's correct.
Can you tell me why it's considered a LIDA project?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, because of anti-donation purposes, we couldn't just give them the loan directly, them being a private entity. The mechanism of which we were able to do this is through the LIDA process. So that's how we're able to qualify and be able to help this private entity.
Okay. And has this LIDA application been submitted and reviewed?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, yes. And I'll just mention, yes, the applicants have been providing us everything we've asked for. They have been really good about helping us through this process. So I just wanted to acknowledge that.
Okay, and that isn't in this packet, is it?
No, we did not provide the entire LIDA application at this time. That will come further on down the line as we move this project forward if we're directed to.
Okay, so put in some of the leader deal points such as the documents to support the application, the third-party project management, and also the terms of the NMED loan, would it be reflected in a leader agreement?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, yes, we would intend to incorporate all of that into the LEADA agreement. We would also, as you mentioned, with the LEADA process, there's an ordinance. There's also an ordinance that would need to be passed on the loan application process to NMED. So you guys would see, if we go forward, the commission would see two different ordinances, and we would use those to help capture a lot of the important points that need to be captured.
Okay. And as far as the community outreach, have we ever required that from any other LEADA projects?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, I don't know for sure. I don't think so, but I could follow up and get you a definitive answer on that. I don't.
Okay. Why does staff feel it's necessary on this project?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, I think it has to do with the permitting process of such a wastewater treatment plant, the type of plant that it is. The more public outreach, the better we feel that the project would move forward. Just giving them all of the facts and information would help the community accept the validity of the project. And I'll let Michelle answer.
Madam Chair, Michelle Hunter again, Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal. All it takes is one request for a hearing for a permitting action to be derailed by probably about a year. And so without a robust community involvement plan, this project will likely be derailed right out of the gate with respect to its NMED groundwater quality discharge permit, because we're already getting interested people in the area. And I will just say that all it takes is one person to request a hearing, and a hearing will be granted. And generally speaking, staff, as you know, staffing levels are low at the Environment Department, and a hearing can take anywhere from 12 months to 18 months to get. So that's why that requirement is there.
Okay. And probably you can answer this question as far as the water budget. Why do you feel that that's necessary? And I don't know. I know, and I've only been here, I think, for one LEADA project, and I don't remember having that on that other on the previous LEADA project. So I was just wondering why we thought that was necessary.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, I do believe that the Santa Fe Studios was required to submit a water budget, as are all developments in the county. This one in particular, they have a very set number of water rights and ability, permitting for under the Office of the State Engineer. And without an understanding of what 55,000 gallons a day through that wastewater treatment plant plus irrigation would require, they may be using in excess of their water budget moving forward. So we need to have a detailed water budget before we can move forward.
And as far as regulatory documents, I understand that WWTP will require an amendment, including a couple of public meetings to its discharge permit and the NMED. And the EPA will have legal statutory oversight agencies. Why is the county requiring approval of regulatory documents?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, this was written prior to the understanding that we would be owning the plant. At that point, we thought that we would. We may still be regulatorily responsible for what goes on out there. And if that is the case, I think it's really important for the county to have knowledge of what they're responsible for with respect to regulatory submissions, so that there is no issue with the any regulatory issue with the NMED through the process.
Do we have regulatory, or does the county have a approval ability in that statute?
Madam Chairman and Commissioner Roybal, a contract can create that. And if we are truly the responsible entity in the eyes of the Environment Department, I think it's really important for us to understand what is happening out there and what the regulatory agency is getting from the resort. Because, you know, I will tell you that in the past, things have not gone very well out there. And I think it's important, if we are responsible for this, to have a handle on what's going on in the regulatory realm, because the resort will have both a federal permit and a state permit to adhere to. And sometimes those requirements can be, you know, arduous. And I think that it's important for the county to understand completely what is going on out there. We need to see those monitoring reports potentially before the Environment Department does, just so that we know when things aren't maybe going as well as they should.
Okay. And this won't create any regulatory issue, right?
Madam,
This won't create any kind of regulatory issue for the county?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I don't know the answer to that. I think that if things went awry and the entity that borrowed the money from us ends up walking away in some way, that we would be responsible for this in a regulatory way, as well as a monetary and financial, all of it. I think it's ours if things don't work out.
We don't do this now, right?
Point of clarification before you finish. I'm not sure that's true. First of all, I think that hinges entirely on whether we actually get the plant at ownership. Since we're refusing it as collateral, that's never going to happen. It's up to the county to make sure that doesn't happen. You can't have a contract that makes an entity like the municipality or the county in a regulatory sense responsible for sewage treatment, discharge, or permit applications. We don't have that statutory authority. That lies with EPA and any delegated authority to the states. So NMED has clarified, in my understanding, that it is the entity that is doing all permitting, not the county. And so the only way, if that is, unless that is not true, and I'll defer to Manager Schaefer, unless that is not true, there is no way the county becomes liable for that discharge of that sewage treatment plant unless we own it. And that's what we have all agreed is not going to happen. Commissioner Roybal, you still have the floor.
Thank you. We don't do that now, though, was my question, my last question. We don't do that.
No.
Okay. And then I thought there was a, possibly, I guess, a letter that we had received relative to the issue with Juniper and a prior loan process with Bernalillo County, but I don't know.
Sandoval County?
Yeah, or Sandoval County. I don't think we received that letter. But I was under the impression we would be receiving that memo at some point. I don't know why we didn't, unless, did commissioners receive that letter?
Manager Schaefer, I think we did, or at least we got some inputs on it.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. We did, as part of due diligence process, follow up with the suggestion on a connection between some principals and the Sandoval County project. That was answered to the satisfaction of county staff, and so we didn't think that it was a consideration moving forward. We'd be pleased to share it with all commissioners, but that's not factoring in to staff's recommendations one way or another, other than we did look into them and we're comfortable with the information that was received.
Okay. I don't think I have any other questions, but, you know, I want to make a motion that the county enter into a LEADA project agreement with Bishop's Lodge Facilities LLC in the amount of $5,184,457 to develop a wastewater treatment project with the following terms. Interest, the loan, Bishop's Lodge Facilities LLC will be no more than 0.25% interest above the NNED loan. The county administrative costs to Bishop's Lodge facility will provide $12,000 annually to the county above the loan payment amount. The loan term, I would like to see at 10 years, amortization over a 30-year with a balloon payment due at the end of the 10-year term. Security for the repayment, Juniper, the Bishop's Lodge Hold CO will provide the guarantee of the loan from Bishop's Lodge facilities will hold 3 months of loan payments to reserve terms and conditions. The loan agreement between the county and the Bishop's Lodge facilities will include all terms and conditions contained in the loan agreement between the county and NNED. Third-party project management, Bishop's Lodge facilities will provide a third-party project management to be procured in accordance with the state and federal procurement standards. Site access, the county will have full access to the project site and all documentation, permits, reporting, etc. during all phases of the project. Requiring the permitting of Bishop's Lodge facilities will be responsible for all permitting requirements. Ownership and operations of Bishop's Lodge facility will maintain ownership and operate requirements of the wastewater treatment plant. And that will be my motion, Madam Chair.
Motion, do I have a second? I'll second it. I have a motion and a second. Under discussion, Commissioner Garcia?
Manager Schaefer, thank you, Madam Chair. Manager Schaefer, can you help me out, or Leandro? This is basically saying, this is actually give me staff direction to go, still negotiate, still move it forward. This does not guarantee approval.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, absolutely, it doesn't guarantee approval. As has been explained throughout the process, LEDA projects have to be approved by ordinance, and the loan agreement with NMED likewise has to be approved by ordinance. So there would be a public hearing process attendant to both of that. And until those final deal documents are approved by the board, there is no final approval. This is not dissimilar to a process that we utilize when we're seeking parameters approval in the context of industrial revenue bonds, where there you use an inducement resolution, but it's to basically make sure that we're operating within a pitch that the Board of County Commissioners thinks that will be acceptable. And so that's why we're bringing this forward to the board now, is to get some direction relative to what you anticipate to be acceptable deal points. Because the next stage to develop the actual deal documents is going to be a significant lift. And before we invested those resources, and frankly, before the applicant invested its resources to develop those deal documents, we wanted to make sure that we knew what parameters were accepted to the board. I hope that answers your question.
Manager Schaefer, yes, it does. I just find it, I think this is good that we're being creative and thinking outside of the parameters of what the county can do. It is under the previous administration, it was just kind of, no, if I knew somebody that's actually on the collision center and they wanted to get some money for jobs, basically, it was, no, we cannot do it. No, we cannot do it. And it was just, it's a different tone these days, which I appreciate. And I have a lot of questions in regards, not right now. I understand what we're here for and what the what is regarding ownership, discharge, assets. I'm interested in what are we getting? And I know that doesn't need to be answered right now, but during the depending on what this board does, depending on how we move forward, if the board majority decides to go down that route, all of those things will be answered, correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, yes, a qualifying entity under LIDA is required to make a substantive contribution to the expansion of the economy. So ultimately, the LIDA documents would spell out what those contributions are and what the remedies are in the event that they're not met, in addition to what the remedies are in the event that the loan is defaulted upon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it just kind of perplexes me as into we're already applying for future development out there, and we're still talking about wastewater. Just trying to think where the developer actually is, where he's going and what they're thinking about this. I understand the jobs. I get it. I know all that works, and it's all about jobs, and it's, my ex-coworkers know economic development to me is jobs to a certain degree. These days, it's hard to find people to work jobs. And so I'm trying to weigh out all this and use my wise mind as into, you can create all the jobs you want. You can create the spaceport and whatever else you want to create, and are people going to come? I don't know. I understand. I don't have any further questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Madam Chair. In my motion, I'd also like to add that I want to have, for staff to have the LIDA project participation agreement and ordinance on the November 8th, 2022 meeting, and the second and final public hearing at the December 13th, 2022 BCC meeting.
That's just part of
The motion, yes, ma'am.
and the second. Okay, and further discussion, Commissioner Hughes and Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One quick question. What percentage would we be adding on to the 0.25% in order to cover our costs? Do we have an idea?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, I think we contemplated just 0.25 on top of
An
the,
additional 0.25?
yes, of no more than 0.25 above whatever rate we actually end up getting locked in at.
Oh, okay, thank you. I think I misheard something Commissioner Roybal said, and so that's why I got confused, but that makes sense. No, I still have a lot of concerns about this project, and I would hate to move it forward and then vote it down later, because then there's a lot more work coming. I mean, I think if we're going to vote it forward now, we should see it the whole way through. And so I think, and I also, I think that it's perfectly fine to help Bishop's Lodge. I'm not sure this is the best way to do it, but I certainly have nothing against Bishop's Lodge. I appreciate all that they do in the community and the jobs they create. And I guess I'm still feeling that we would be doing them a better favor to have them just work with NMED and not have to go through us. But that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm still concerned that we are not following staff's recommendation to do a 10-year loan and amortize it over 10 years with no balloon payment. I mean, that I believe is why we hire staff to do what they recommend. I think it's incredibly dangerous to have a balloon payment with this company that has a bankruptcy history. Juniper has a history. The CEO went bankrupt in 2020 with the other company that he was the CEO of. And so those are concerning things to me. I do not support this project, what is very clear. I've stated that before, but I am really concerned about going against staff and their recommendation. And their recommendation is that we do 10 years and it's a 10-year amortization, and that was not in the packet. There was only 10 years with 30-year amortization, and so that concerns me. I think we need to slow down. I don't think we need to be moving so quickly on this project. It's like, why are we rushing it? That is something I completely do not understand. We have already spent a lot of staff time trying to analyze this, and then we're not listening to them. So that really concerns me. I think that if we wanted to go forward with this, we have to do more research and more work. I do not support the motion that Commissioner Roybal brought forward because I do not feel like it is protecting the county. And also, if we were going to have this 10-year, Juniper is the kind of company that buys companies and then sells them off. So if Juniper has bought this company as a distressed asset, and then in 5 years decides it's going to sell it off, we need to be paid all the money right then that we are owed. So that's another reason why I do not agree with Commissioner Roybal's motion, because it is not protecting the county. And I think there are other ways to be protecting the county. I know the public is here, and there are a few people who would like to speak. And I would like to know, Madam Chair, if there would be an opportunity for people to speak, because we're not going through a bonding process where the public gets to vote on this. We are right here, the ones making the decision, and not allowing the public to have part of this process. And it is their money, it is taxpayer money that we are using to do this. And so there's numerous things that concern me about this project, but the fact that we're not even listening to staff is really concerning to me. The permitting process for the DNFP, how are they paying to build a spa? And why are they only asking us for the cheap money? I just don't get it. I mean, I don't understand why we're in such a rush. There doesn't seem to be that many jobs that is being actually benefited. And are we being paid for staff time to do all this research? I mean, there is a tremendous amount of time that staff has already put into this, and how are we making anything back from that? How are we being compensated? And so, Madam Chair, would you allow some public comment?
So I have given some thought to your public comment request, and the problem with opening this up to public comment is that you've requested certain people to come. Other people were completely unaware that there would be any opportunity to speak. Anybody here in the audience is invited and welcome to speak during matters of public concern, but it would be a very unfair process that I think people could take substantial issue with for us to have this public comment. Second of all, this is a decision to move forward, but any deal that is, any process that is determined moving forward will have at least 2 public hearings, because there are a couple of ordinances. So there will be ample time for public comment at that point. And I think that's really, I mean, there are rules in place for a reason, and I think that is the fair thing to do. The other thing is that county staff is here to work for the public. We didn't ask the Florida water system whether they would compensate the staff for doing CDBG loan to get them, contributions toward their water system. Neither did we ask Agua Fria if they would compensate county staff for developing and giving money for sewage projects. There's a point at which this applicant in the LEADA process is providing payment for county's time doing it. I think that's a little bit above and beyond. And yes, I do agree. Commissioner Hughes makes a really good point that there's no point in wasting time if we think we're going to vote this down. This vote will show that if people are in favor of, if commissioners are in favor of it, great. If not, fine. That's what the 5-person membership is meant to do. But You could make that argument for almost any economic development package. Why on earth would Bernalillo County make taxpayer money to give tax breaks to Intel, one of the biggest corporations in the country, to build a plant in Bernalillo County? Obviously, they do it as an enticement. Here we have the second largest contributing, largest tax and job creators in Santa Fe County. And no, it doesn't create that many jobs for the treatment plant, but as Executive Manager Cordova pointed out, it allows the corporation to go forward on develop Bishop's Lodge so that it is an economic engine for the county. I do have a question. If, from my point of view, I made it clear that with 10 years, if the county considers, if in further negotiations, the balloon payment and the county feels that it's not adequately secured, there is still the option to do it 10 years straight. The county still has the full, despite this resolution, or if you think that's not the case, I would ask to modify the resolution to ensure that we're not hamstringing the county from doing what it needs to get the appropriate protections on our investment. So does Mr. Young or Mr. Cordova, do either of you think that the resolution precludes the county from securing an appropriate collateralization for either the 10-year term or the potential for doing a balloon payment?
Madam Chair, from my perspective, the financial perspective of it, like I mentioned earlier, the balloon would still be about 3.65 million at the end of 10 years. I think that definitely would influence what we would request or require for collateral.
Absolutely.
So I don't know if it precludes us, but it would certainly change what we're going to need to be able to secure that large amount of money from 10 years from now.
What I'm asking is the questions about, any concerns about the corporation selling in 5 years and we're not protected, or that having a 10-year with 30-year amortization isn't working out and doing a straight 10-year with the 10-year amortization is pursued? Do you feel precluded from pursuing all of those kinds of terms with the applicant so that we come to an agreement that's good for them and good for the county?
So, Madam Chair, I'll phrase it a different way. I guess I see it as our options are the 10-year straight is what we recommend. So definitely that's what we would prefer, the 10-year straight. That's how we recommend going forward. There's also, if we're doing a 10-year with a 30-year amort, we need to make a decision as a county if we want to enter into a 30-year loan with NMED or do a 10-year loan with NMED. Then that creates an imbalance, and we're going to have to price out the imbalance and cover the imbalance with probably additional collateral from the borrower. So I don't know if I answered your question, but to get to the end, it will take a little more time, and it will probably cost more to the applicant, to the balloon.
The applicant has to be walking into this eyes wide open, and so does the county. The point is that there's an opportunity for quote unquote cheap money that helps the counties economically and helps an entire community in need of sewage treatment. You don't have to do it by putting the county at unacceptable risk, but you take risks all the time. So when I was talking about, and Commissioner Roybal made the motion, so unless he totally disagrees, my point of view and the reason I seconded it is because the county still has the opportunity to assure that it takes the deal that protects the county from the liability of owning this plant or being left holding the bag, as they say, if Juniper sells in 5 months, which is unacceptable. Manager Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And The only thing I would add to your description is I did not understand the motion as precluding county staff from negotiating for financial guarantees over and above the unsecured promise of the specific corporate entity that was named. I did not understand the motion as precluding that. And I think that's what you're saying
Correct.
as the seconder of the motion.
Correct.
And then secondly, just as a point of clarification, the meeting of the Board of County Commissioners was moved to the 15th. So just, the motion was for November 8th. That's election day. So our next meeting is the 15th. And that would be bringing back authorization to publish title and general summary. And, by making that motion, then the board is prioritizing this work to get it done. And that's what we'll do.
Commissioner Garcia.
Sure.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, obviously, we don't know that, and that's part of why we would have to probably increase the request for collateral. We're not, I'll just state this, we're not trying to be prohibitive in this, but at some point, we wonder if the requirements of the costs for things to collateralize this might end up costing more than the applicant is willing to pay on the low interest. There's a trade-off. So at some point, I guess it would be a business decision from the applicant as to whether or not the collateral we require is more expensive than a different option, or if this option is still the best for them, knowing that it may cost more. So
what we're doing with taxpayers' dollars. And so, Manager Schaefer, can you help me out with this? So if this decision moves forward tonight, we still have time to figure out the understandings and how that works. And if I'm not happy with it, I don't have a problem in not voting for it if I don't get what I feel needs to be in that agreement. So are we going to get paid, as the motion is, within 10 years? Paid back within 10 years?
I think you have to ask for a modification of the motion to be a 10-year loan with 10-year amortization. And you can ask Commissioner Roybal if that's acceptable to him. First, Manager Schaefer, why don't you go ahead and speak to this?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, I understood the motion as made to be for a 10-year term with monthly payments based upon a 30-year amortization schedule with a balloon payment at the end of year 10. So if the question is, would the applicant be contractually obligated to repay in 10 years? The answer is yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Manager Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Roybal.
And just for a point of clarity, even if the county had a 10-year with a 30-year amortization, this county would still get paid back in 10 years. So that is still the same. And so, I do want to, of course, accept the modification of the date that Manager Schaefer presented a little while ago. And if your second is okay with that, I'd like to just call for the question.
Could you read the motion, please? Would you restate the motion? So we
The
can-
motion has been stated already before. I'm just accepting
The change.
the change.
Who else? Karen, I can't hear you in chat. You don't have it written down, so you can't restate it.
Yeah, I could say the motion, but of course with the dates that Manager Schaefer, sorry, brought forward, I moved that the county enter into a LEDA project agreement with the Bishop's Lodge, and I'm just going to say Facilities BL for short, LLC, in the amount of $5,184,457 to develop a waste treatment project with the following terms. Interest, the loan to Bishop's Lodge Facility LLC will be no more than 0.25% interest above the NMED loan to the county. The administrative cost for Bishop's Lodge facilities will provide a $12,000 annual to the county above the loan payment amount. Loan term, 10-year term, amortization over a 30-year with a balloon payment due at the end of the 10-year term. Security for repayment, Juniper Bishop's Lodge Holding Company will provide the guarantee for the loan. BL Facilities will hold the 3 months of the loan payments in reserves. Terms and conditions, the loan agreement between the county and the Bishop's Lodge Facilities will include all the terms and conditions contained in the loan agreement between the county and NMED. Third-party project management, Bishop's Lodge Facilities will provide a third-party project management to be procured in accordance with the state and federal procurement standards. Site access, the county will have a full access to the project site and all documentation, permits, reporting, etc. during all phases of the project. Required permitting from Bishop's Lodge Facilities will be reasonable, responsible for all permitting requirements. Ownership and operations of Bishop's Lodge facilities will remain ownership or will maintain ownership and operation requirements of the wastewater treatment plant. And then, of course, the dates that we asked for were the November 15th, 2022 for participation agreement and ordinance on that date. Meeting and the second and final public hearing at the December 13th, 2022 BCC meeting. And that's the motion.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
No.
No,
I'm not sure. Commissioner Garcia, did you vote?
No, I have not voted. I'm a little perplexed on this project. I understand. I have a question for Manager Schaefer, if I may, Madam Chair.
It's fine with me, but I'm not sure Robert's Rules of Orders allows that in the middle of a vote. Mr. Young, do you have a reading on that?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, because we have already had discussion on this point and through vote, I would recommend completing the vote and then if it fails, do another motion.
Thank you so much. I apologize, Commissioner Garcia, but
It's fine. So just to let the developer know, I would have a lot of questions whenever you guys come back in this short period of time. So I'll vote for it. Thank you.
so it's 3-2 in favor of moving forward. Thank everybody for the process.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners.
That takes us to item C, which is approval of a memorandum of understanding between Santa Fe County, the United States Department of Interior, and Bureau of Land Management Taos Field Office. I'm sorry, as a cooperating agency for recreational shooting range project resource management plan and environmental impact statement. And this is being brought forward by Commissioner Hanson and Commissioner Garcia, and I'll go to Commissioner Hanson.
thank you. This memorandum of understanding establishes a cooperating agency relationship between the Bureau of Land Management, Taos Field Office, and Santa Fe County for the purpose of preparing a recreational shooting range project on public land in Santa Fe County. Environmental assessment and Taos Resource Management Plan amended. The recreational shooting range project on public land is in Santa Fe County, is necessary to resolve conflicts and impacts associated with unmanaged target shooting and existing undeveloped locations in the Buckman, Alamo Creek, Camel Tracks, and San Pedro Mountain area of Santa Fe County. The purpose of this MOU are to designate Santa Fe County as a cooperating agency in the EARMPA process, provide a framework for cooperation and coordination between BLM and Santa Fe County that will ensure successful completion of an EARMPA in a timely, efficient, and thorough manner. And 3, recognize BLM as the lead agency with responsibility for completion of the EA and the decision of record, describe the respective responsibilities, jurisdictional authority, and expertise of each of the parties in the planning process. Commissioner Garcia, do you have anything other?
Yes, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for bringing this forward. As we know, you, as well as my District 3, District 2, we have some shooting ranges in our district in the La Tierra area off of Caja de Rio Road. And then we have one in your district, which is right across the street from my district. It's called the Camel Tracks, which is a shooting range that's been there for many, many years. I also have one in my district in the southern part of the county, which is the San Pedro area. And these shooting districts ranges were actually adopted by the Bureau of Land Management, which is federally, which is actually governed by the federal government. And we've tried, the commissioner and I have tried for many years under the previous presidential administration to get with BLM as into working with us as into what do we do with these shooting ranges. In my district, in the San Pedro area, there's literally individuals out there that are shooting, and there's houses from about here to across the street. Yes, there are some bullet holes in some of those houses. So we did talk with BLM, worked with BLM, and they created some shooting lanes, shooting areas. Now, under the new administration, we actually have a project manager who actually, she's based out of the Taos office, and her correspondence with us is excellent. And I feel very comfortable that we need to work with the Bureau of Land Management in order to come together as into what we need to do with these public shooting areas, because it's needed, it needs to be controlled, and it needs to be, individuals need to be educated as to what happens. You get in my house in La Cienega and you can hear shooting. One of the interesting things in the San Pedro area, we had a planner that worked for us, and she said, Rudy, you know what? I went out there at 8 o'clock in the morning when the sun was coming up. Those individuals down there shoot from 8 o'clock to 8 o'clock at night. We're not talking 22s, we're talking high-powered rifles. So I think this is actually a good step in the county commission in moving forward with the Bureau of Land Management to come to the table and let's figure out what we're going to do. This is actually first initial steps to work with BLM to see how we're going to restructure those shooting ranges. What's going to happen with that? My question always is the funding. Where's the funding going to come from and how does it work? Because those shooting ranges are not only utilized by police departments, they're utilized by the National Guard, they're utilized by Game and Fish, they're utilized by the general public out there. A lot of entities that actually utilize these ranges. But thank you, Commissioner, for working with myself and working with the community out there and bringing this forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair. So I just want to clarify that the areas that we are trying to control are actually where wildcat shooting is going on, and there are not shooting ranges there. What we're trying to create is a shooting range with BLM. And with that, I move approval of.
Can I ask a clarification for something that, it's not a controversy, I think this is great, but the title actually says development of an EIS, and everything you read said development of an EA. And I assume you want to have that clarified.
Where do you see EIS?
For docs.
Oh, on the agenda. Oh.
Well, I just assume that's the title of it. So if it's not an issue, then that's great. I just wanted to,
It's not an EIS, it's an EA.
okay, but it says it in the title, so, of EIS, so environmental impact statement. So just a note that that should be clarified, but it's an EA.
Okay, I actually don't see it on the printed.
Well,
Um,
it's right here on the subject of them. When you click on the agenda and it's in the agenda title, which I assume is what's published.
Oh, I see. Okay, so somebody made a mistake
Right.
here. So that needs to be changed, but it says environmental assessment on the,
It definitely does. So as long as it's correct, I do. And
so just noted that we'll make that correction. This is an EA. And so I asked for this to be moved forward.
I have a motion. I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion?
An EA, because we all talk in these acronyms, an EA is environmental assessment. And whenever you deal with BLM lands throughout the country, they have to hire somebody to go out there and do an environmental assessment, which looks at drainage, looks at historic sites, looks at different types of species that are out there. So that's what an environmental assessment is. So this actually is allowing the county to work with BLM for an environmental assessment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Great. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Excellent. Thank you. And thank you for bringing this forward. That takes us to item 6D, which is approval to utilize the CES purchase agreement pursuant to ordinance 2012-5, Section 1, outside contracts to purchase two 2023 Ford F-250 4x4 animal control trucks and various other items, which I'm going to ask Bill Taylor to lead us into. Welcome, Bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. This afternoon, we're here requesting the use of an outside contract pursuant to our regulation ordinance 2012-5, outside contracts that it requires board approval to utilize the contract. CES is a cooperative procurement unit that the county is a participating entity. So the sheriff's office received funding for FY23 for the purchase of these vehicles, animal control units, patrol units, and a couple of other units for the sheriff's office. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Madam.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Hanson.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. As you know, my concern is the environment and climate change. And so is it possible to buy any of these trucks as an EV?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I'm not sure if that option is available for these type units, but I will certainly convey that to the sheriff's office.
So is it following our fleet policy?
It went through the process of review during the capital improvement, Madam Chair and Commissioner, as far as I'm concerned, as far as I'm aware.
Okay. Well, I know that they do have trucks now that are EVs and have a tremendous amount of power and are capable of providing the same ability. So I would want to make sure that that is looked at.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, the CES contract does offer that opportunity for us to look at that and shop for those type vehicles if they're available.
Okay, with that understanding, I'll move to approve.
Second.
Third.
So I have a first, second, and third. Is there any?
Madam Chair, discussion. This is actually great. This is to thank you for the Sheriff's Department bringing this forward and all the staff that works on this, which actually shows that taxpayer dollars are actually getting utilized in our public safety section of Santa Fe County. This is almost an entire brand new fleet for the sheriff's department. Yeah, so which is great. One of the other things is whenever we purchase a unit, it already comes equipped with logos, cage, radios. It's a fully operable unit when it's delivered.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, it does go to another, this includes all of those special options to these vehicles. There are logos that we go through another third party that's part of the procurement of the cost. It's not the Phil Long vendor that they provide the vehicle and build the vehicle, and then it's shipped to WAC units to put on the emblems for the sheriff's office.
Taylor, will you be coming back and asking the county commission for additional monies to equip those units?
Madam Chair and Commissioner, I will not.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
If I could, just as a point of clarification, Madam Chair, as I want to make sure that we're acting within the authority given to us by the board. We will explore with the sheriff's office whether or not there are electric vehicles that will meet their specifications. If the answer to that question is no, then we will be authorized to proceed forward with the purchase as presented. If the answer is yes, we will proceed if it's within available budget. But I want to make sure that we're clear on the point because the electric vehicle idea was introduced at the meeting, which is not inappropriate, but I want to make sure that as we move forward, we're again acting within the parameters of the authority you're giving us. I hope that was an intelligible restatement of what the issue is, but that's what I think I heard.
That's what I heard.
That's, I accept that as a comment.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think it would be worthwhile to also investigate hybrid vehicles because the EVs may not be readily available, but there may be hybrid versions of these trucks that are still more fuel efficient and environmentally friendly and might be more likely to meet the needs of the sheriff's department. But with the same thing, that whatever you find that you need to buy, you still have the authorization to buy it.
Excellent. That works. So there's a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Good. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. That takes us to, if I'm not mistaken, item 6E. Is that correct? Okay, good. Approval to purchase the Elgin Bear broom sweeper utilizing an outside Sourcewell contract for a total sum of $384,338.41. You have to be careful with those pennies. And we'll go again to Bill Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Again, we're expressing our request approval by the board to utilize an outside contract pursuant to the ordinance. Using the Sourcewell contract, the department did a really good job, I must say, in finding the best price for the sweeper through this vendor, Elgin Bear Broom. And again, this was a approved capital outlay budget for FY23 for a sweeper for the county roads department. With that, I'll stand for any questions. I also have Ivan Trujillo from Public Works to answer any questions by the board.
That's excellent. So, board, other questions?
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So your memo here says Public Works Roads Division is requesting utilization for the provider of this. It says you received a quote on September 20th of 2022 and it's valid through October 20th of 2022. Is that quote still good?
Madam Chair, the Commissioner, the vendor has provided us written authorization. The quote is still good. As long as we, Madam Chair and Commissioner, as long as we have that in writing and documented, they have that opportunity to change that quote, and they have not changed the quote. And so it is not an outdated quote, if I'm answering your question correctly.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Taylor. Move for approval.
Second, and I assume there's not an EV version of this, but
Madam Chair, Commissioner, actually there is. Well, it's not an EV model, but it is a natural or a compressed natural gas option, which is not quoted. But that's their low emission alternative for this equipment.
but nonetheless, that's not electric, so we'll go with what you wanted to buy.
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? If not, the motion in a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed or abstentions? Good.
Thank you.
Very much. That takes us to item 6F, which is a resolution in support of the volunteer component of the Santa Fe County Fire Department to ensure a sustainable combination fire department. And I am listed on this, although honestly, this was also brought forward by Commissioner Roybal as well. Most of the information on this is in the resolution, which perhaps if I need help, but I would like to read it into the record. But the volunteer fire department, many people know, is incredibly important to me. Our fire department, our combination fire department, does an outstanding job of providing service to the county. Part of our ability to do that is predicated on having a strong and in fact larger volunteer component than compared to paid staff, which is based strictly on the size of the county and its distribution. We have developed areas in close to the city and then some towns and community, concentrated communities scattered throughout, and then a lot of very rural areas. And as a matter of fact, provision of emergency services, fire, EMS, response to motor vehicle accidents was started as a volunteer service. And so, moving forward, as we added paid staff and a county fire chief, we've had struggles, as everybody does, in having harmony between volunteers and paid staff to the extent that volunteers are well supported and maintained as a real contributing and recognized part of the fire department. I've watched this issue grow, and it has had consequences which, if left unaddressed, there's no will to address this kind of issue, I think would lead to the demise of the volunteer component and leave the county unable to provide the high level of service which we do. So while I was hoping to wait for Commissioner Roybal and read this in, I think I'm going to just go ahead and read the resolution. A resolution in support of volunteer component of the Santa Fe County Fire Department to ensure a sustainable combination fire department. Whereas the first fire district to be created by the Board of County Commissioners, the Board of Santa Fe County was the Milwaukee Fire District in 1959. And whereas by 1982, there were 11 fire districts officially recognized in the county, and a 12th was in the process of forming. And whereas by 1997, there were 15 fire districts officially recognized and regionally distributed throughout the county. And whereas for more than 3 decades, all fire protection and emergency medical services in Santa Fe County were provided by the regionally distributed volunteer districts. And whereas Santa Fe County Fire Department was formed in 1997 by combining the 15 volunteer districts and the former office of the county fire marshal. And whereas in February of 1997, the Santa Fe County Fire Department was officially organized under the administration of a single fire chief with service areas further defined by region and district. And whereas the county's 14 fire districts were brought under the Santa Fe County Fire Department for administrative oversight, and paid firefighters were added to the county and divided into 4 geographic regions: northern, southern, eastern, and western. And whereas the combined Santa Fe County Fire Department has functioned well with more than 300 volunteers and up to 100 paid staff, or an approximately 3-to-1 ratio of volunteer to paid firefighters. And whereas the Santa Fe County Fire Department has been served through the combined efforts of fire district volunteers and paid firefighters to deliver quality emergency services to the citizens of the county, including fire, EMS, rescue, and other emergencies 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. And whereas currently the number of volunteers responding to at least one call has declined to nearly 70, presenting staffing issues across the 14 districts. And whereas the quality of life of the citizens of the county is enhanced by the invaluable knowledge and contribution to fire and medical services provided by volunteers. And whereas the Santa Fe County volunteers are trained to many of the same standards as paid members in firefighting, EMS, and other emergency response skills, such as extrication, and must successfully complete the Santa Fe County Volunteer Civil Service Exam, the Physical Agility Test, and the Santa Fe County Volunteer Fire Academy. And whereas Santa Fe County Fire Department protects approximately 1,900 square miles of unincorporated area, making it difficult for the county to service the area, please excuse me, with purely paid staff, and therefore essential that the Santa Fe County Fire Department remain a combined service with a dynamic, well-supported volunteer component. And whereas the 14 existing districts, which are run and maintained by the district volunteers in concert with the fire chief and the Santa Fe County Fire Department, county fire chief, and command staff, service their defined regions such that the fire department service can conform to the needs of each district and is enhanced by the local knowledge of the volunteers. And whereas the Santa Fe Fire Chief has important recognized roles in overview and management of Santa Fe County Fire Department funds, and whereas by Ordinance 1997-11, all revenue sources characterized as public funds require board approval prior to expenditure, and the county fire chief, as representative of the board, is responsible for reviewing and approving any expenditure requested by a district chief, as well as reviewing such requests for compliance with all applicable statutes, ordinances, rules, and regulations. And whereas the fire district bylaws, Article 1, Section 6, Resolution 2002-147, provide that the county fire chief acts in the capacity of fiscal administrator for all funds credited to the fire department and its fire districts. And whereas impact fees that support fire operations are currently collected within and must be spent within each district, and whereas by Ordinance 1997-11, each district chief is responsible for the expenditure of funds allocated to the fire district, and whereas the bylaws, Article 1, Section 6 of Resolution 2002-147, require the district chief of each fire district to be accountable and responsible for the day-to-day operational management of the fire district, and to be responsible for the expenditure of public funds allocated to the fire district in accordance with Santa Fe County Ordinance 197-11. And whereas the defined roles of the volunteer fire districts are recognized so that the county fire chief and the volunteer district chiefs can work appropriately and in concert for the benefit of the fire department and service to county residents. Now therefore be it resolved that the Santa Fe County Board of County Commissioners reaffirms the requirement of Ordinance 1997-11 that no changes can be made to the 14 volunteer districts from their current configuration, their service areas, or how impact fees are collected and allocated without justification presented directly to the board and specific authorization by the board. Be it further resolved that the Board of County Commissioners reaffirms the requirement of Ordinance 1997-11 that each of the 14 volunteer districts must be run by a volunteer district chief. Be it further resolved that the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe County hereby directs the county manager and the county fire chief to implement the following, including proposing amendments to ordinances and resolutions as may be necessary. 1, while the county fire chief has authority to appoint volunteers as well as paid members to positions necessary to assure the successful operations of the Santa Fe County Fire Department, Ordinance 1997-11 requires that the 14 volunteer districts be run by volunteer district chiefs, only where it is necessary for the protection of the health, welfare, and safety of the residents of the county, and for enforcement of codes and ordinances such as the loss of a volunteer district chief with no immediate volunteer replacement, should the county fire chief appoint paid staff to temporarily fill a district chief position, and then only for as short a time period as possible in accordance with Ordinance 1997-11. Should a paid acting district chief need to serve in that position for more than 2 months, the county fire chief shall report this to the board at the next regularly scheduled board meeting. In recognition of the fact that the service needs of the county cannot be met exclusively with paid staff, within 6 months of the next county fire chief's hire date, he or she shall present to the Board of County Commissioners a volunteer staffing plan by district with milestones for the recruitment of volunteer firefighters. It is the expectation of the Board of County Commissioners that a minimum of 300 volunteers will be necessary to meet the service needs of the county. The performance of the county fire chief, paid Santa Fe County Fire Department officer in charge of volunteer recruitment and retention, and the deputy county manager overseeing the Santa Fe County Fire Department should be explicitly judged on progress in achieving the established goals as documented in performance evaluations. Consistent with Ordinance 1997-11, the county fire chief shall be responsible for cooperation with the district chiefs and assuring that paid fire department staff work collaboratively and cooperative volunteer component of the Santa Fe County Fire Department. Job performance reviews of the county fire chief should account for this aspect of the job. In selection of the county fire chief, deputy county fire chief, and any paid Santa Fe County Fire Department officers with direct responsibility for volunteers other than solely incident command. 2 or more volunteer district chiefs shall be included in the selection processes, including participation in interviews, development of interview questions, and recommendations concerning the final selection of decisions. 2 or more volunteer district chiefs shall likewise be involved in Santa Fe County Fire Department strategic and tactical planning and development, including but not limited to periodic strategic planning, budget development, standard operating guidelines or procedures, SOGs or SOPs development, periodic command staff meetings, limited, of course, by volunteer staff availability, as would be the case with any paid staff, training, planning, and other fire department decisions as appropriate. Nothing herein shall be construed as precluding the county fire chief or county manager from making further or different recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners concerning the structure or staffing of the Santa Fe County Fire Department. The county manager shall distribute a copy of this resolution to the deputy county manager overseeing public safety, current Santa Fe County Fire Chief, and/or acting fire chief, all assistant chiefs, and each district chief. And should we pass this? It passed and approved on this day. Blah, blah, blah. I just want to say, I think this is frankly incredibly important. Most of what is in here, as you can tell from everything I read, is codified, but has not been effectively applied for the entire, at least the last decade and the time that I have been involved as a volunteer firefighter, to what I see as the increasing detriment to the combined service. You know, I can't emphasize enough how important our fire department is, how well it was established, and the incredible service that is provided by the fire department to constituents. More and more, as those emergency services are going to become more and more important. But I think it's high time that we actually try to do something to reverse what is kind of a burgeoning problem. And then I'll go to Commissioner Roybal, who I have to offer you an apology. You're not listed as co-sponsoring this, though you definitively were, and we worked together on this.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate that. And no worries, I just want to state, for the record, my gratitude to our fire department and all our public safety for that matter. But, our fire department they're just, a huge presence and just local heroes to our community. In the last, probably 20 years, I've been a coach for youth sports and just to see their presence at all the sports events and them coming to our homes and actually providing service. We've had a lot of situations where I've had my in-laws actually that have had medical emergencies, and they've always been respectful. They've done a great job. Our volunteers have been the basis of our fire department, and it's just at one point all of our Santa Fe County firefighters were all volunteers, and then we went to paid staff, and we have paid staff now. Services become even better. But still the foundation still started with volunteer firefighters. And I just want, it's one of those things where it's one thing for you to volunteer for different, to participate in, youth sports and other volunteer work in your community, but actually to go out on scenes where, there's a car accident and you have the potential to see loved ones that may have been in a car accident or relatives, friends, and it's just a huge demand, and I can't say enough about our volunteer firefighters, and I just want to thank you for bringing this resolution forward, and it's my honor to co-sponsor it with you, so I do appreciate that, Commissioner and Madam Chair, and thank you.
Thank you. With that, I can keep my voice together. I'd like to make a motion to approve this resolution.
I'll second.
So I have a motion and a second, and under further discussion, Commissioner Hughes and then Commissioner Garcia.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I know we're getting late and we want to get into the public hearing, but I just wanted to say that I really appreciate you bringing this forward, both of you. And I have many friends in our volunteer fire department in El Dorado. Some of them have switched back and forth between search and rescue, which I participated in, and the fire department. And I like to think that they switched to the fire department because it's easier than search and rescue, but that's actually not true. You get a lot more calls in the fire department than we do in search and rescue. And actually a friend of mine on search and rescue, his wife had a heart attack recently. And because the fire department was there within minutes, she survived. And he just told me he was so thankful that our county fire department, both volunteer and professional, were able to respond so quickly to that. What could have been a life-ending emergency. And so thank you again for bringing this forward.
Thank you. And in all fairness, the fire department gets more calls, but search and rescue does some crazy, difficult, and stressful things and are invaluable. So And yes, I've worked with them, although you and I never met doing this on the same scene. Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. This is in regards to our volunteer fire department, about our paid staff. Our paid staff does an excellent job. Absolutely. See two chiefs out there. You guys do an excellent job. My aunt could attest to that in the last year and a half, how fast you guys were there. What your team did, excellent. The volunteer base for Santa Fe County, in 1995, Chief Stan Holden actually became the fire chief for Santa Fe County. We didn't have a fire chief. We didn't have a paid staff. Chief Holden had this vision to create a gross receipts tax to have our fire department where we are today. Very well staffed. We can use a lot more staff. Volunteers. Chief Holden taught me and told me a long time ago, back in 1997, 98, he said, you know what, Rudy? Some of the most important people, some of the most important individuals to that department are the volunteers. And he said, as long as he's fire chief, he will never, ever disregard or get rid of our volunteers. As you all may know, we're in the process of hiring a new fire chief for Santa Fe County. And I heard some rumors out there that we're trying to consolidate volunteer departments. We're trying to, we not go down the route that I'm thinking that our ex-fire chiefs are wanting to do. But as long as I'm sitting up here, I will fight for our volunteer fire department, our volunteer individuals. Good example of what they do in the La Cienega area off of I-25. We all drive up and down that corridor. I was talking to the major about a year or two ago from the sheriff's department. In 1 year, the calls in that off of just in the La Cienega area off of I-25, about 15 to 1,600 calls for traffic accidents. Yes, our paid staff was there, our public safety, as well as our volunteers. Our volunteers get up in the middle of the night when there's an unfortunate accident on that interstate, or an unfortunate accident within a community or a county road. So I just wanted the importance of volunteer work. We all do up here, and whatever anybody else does volunteer work, our public safety. It's not easy volunteering. I have a lot of individuals that come and talk to me about, well, let's volunteer. No, you turn their head, they don't want to volunteer, right? But for individuals that volunteer, thank you, Madam Chair. This lady out here actually gets out there 3 or 4 in the morning, head on collisions in the Glorieta area. Probably a sight I probably wouldn't want to see, but thank you for what you do. But as long as I'm sitting up here, we will not not saying get rid, I know what the word is, but our volunteer fire department looks good. Yeah, volunteers in my district, and my district is actually all the way down to I-40. Stanley, Galisteo, Cerrillos, Madrid, La Cienega. Volunteers that have been there for many years, the Anayas, the ex-commissioners, been volunteers in their family, the Moyas have been volunteers for since I can remember. You have volunteers in Madrid. We have ex-commissioner Linda Grill, volunteer in La Cienega, the Gonzalez's. I can go on and on and on, but thank you for everybody that volunteers for our volunteer fire department. Once again, Madam Chair, thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you very much. Is there further discussion? If not, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And any opposed or abstentions? Thank you so much for all your support in this. That takes it, there are no presentations. I need a resolution number.
I can help with that. Madam Chair, this is resolution number 2022-087.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So that takes us to item 8 because there are no presentations. Item 8 is matters of public concern. Is there anybody here present? Yes, I know. They're going to now say, well, everybody on the bus, anybody who's not here, please raise your hand. Is there anybody present who's here to speak in general to matters of public concern? We do have a public hearing. That's coming later, but I saw one hand go up. Please come forward. And then I'll also go to anybody who might be on WebEx. Can we just make sure this mic is on? Somebody who state your name and give us your comment.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Manager Schaefer. My name is Roxanne Lujan. I am the president of Local AFSCME 1782, and I am here on behalf of the blue collar and the white collar workers today.
And then I'm Matthew Hernandez, the Vice President for Local 1782.
We are here on behalf of AFSCME Local 1782 for the blue and white collar workers here at Santa Fe County. We would like to comment on resolution number 2022-086 passed earlier, amending the Human Resources Handbook to implement the 2022 compensation study and approve salary increases for employees in step eligible positions that are not part of any bargaining units. We are here only to clarify for those that are part of the bargaining unit that we have been in active negotiations and are continuing to work for you. For those of you that are not aware, our contract is set to expire December 31st, 2022. Our bargaining unit members will receive the salary increases from the compensation study once both sides come to a contractual agreement. Due to the terms and conditions of these negotiations, I am not at liberty to discuss any details of negotiations at this time. We ask that the members of Local 1782 continue to be patient and understanding during this process. And I thank you for your time.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else here present in the auditorium who wishes to make a public comment? I'm sorry.
Madam Chair, he's asking about the STR rental. I
No.
think that's an item for.
STR is coming in the public hearing. So other than the STRs. Okay.
Chair.
Seeing none, is there, oh, thank you, Daniel. I was just going to go to you.
Madam Chair, we do have somebody in the audience today that signed up for public comment. His name is Bill Mueller.
Are you in the audience or is this somebody on WebEx?
Madam Chair, Commissioners and Daniel, I believe that Mr. Mueller's concern had been addressed by staff. So I believe he was here present, and I believe it's been addressed.
Oh, okay, great. And Daniel, is there anybody else on WebEx who wants to make a comment other than the STR public hearing?
Madam Chair, we have Andrea Sutton.
Andrea, you want to unmute yourself and give us your comment? Is Andrea Sutton on?
I'm on. I'm just here
welcome.
to listen in on the hearing of the short-term rentals.
Oh, okay. So we'll come.
You'll address that.
public comment.
So I apologize. It's my first time and I probably just selected that I wanted to say something, but I really don't have anything to say. Thank you.
Thank you. No worries. We'll come back to that shortly. And is there anybody else? Is there anybody else on WebEx who wants to make public comment other than STRs? Hearing none, I'll go ahead and close public comment. That will take us to item 9, which is matters from the county manager, miscellaneous and COVID updates. Manager Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be exceedingly brief. As you all know, the governor did extend the statewide COVID-19 public health emergency through November 11th. We'll continue to monitor the statewide public health emergency, and we'll be poised to declare the end of the county COVID-19 emergency when the governor makes a decision to end the statewide public health emergency. But I did want to note for everyone that the governor did decide to extend that through November 11th. Secondly, I did want to acknowledge that our roads crew has been able to catch up on multiple past years local government road fund projects. So similar to the grants that the board approved this evening, we did have a backlog of sorts of those LGRF projects, and over the two past construction seasons, our roads crew have gotten caught up. That included 29 road rehabilitation projects consisting of single layer chip seal and cold mill inlay projects, 25.26 miles of resurfacing of existing roads for a total sum of almost $1.1 million in construction and rehabilitation funding. Approximately $773,000 of that was from the state, with $350,000 from the county. So I did want to give a shout out to our Public Works Department for moving those efforts forward. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you so much. That takes us to matters from commissioners and other elected officials. You want to go first? Commissioner Garcia.
Madam Chair, thank you. Just a couple of probably some presentations from Manager Schaefer and your team. This weekend was the film festival in the city different here. And I would like a presentation from our film office as into what's happening with our film office. Where are we going? What films are coming in regards to this year's legislation? What tax incentives are going to be proposed this year? Presentation from our film office would be great. I know we have had some challenges or some questions in regard to what's happening at our correctional facility out there. And I don't know if it's appropriate or not, but I would like to have our warden or our team actually come and give us a presentation of what we're doing at our jail and how we're handling different possible situations that people have concerns about out there. I think that's it, Madam Chair. I have one, but I can't think about it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Who wants to go next? Commissioners. Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First thing I want to announce is that on November 10th, the board has supported a listening session of Living with Wildfire. It will be on Zoom on November 10th at 5:30. The Santa Fe National Forest leadership will be on the call listening to people's comments along with myself. And I'm hoping some of my other county commissioners will be there. Also, Dr. Dominique DeSalis, conservation scientist, will be speaking. It will be moderated by Beth Bila with Adam Ryson of Wild Earth Guardians and Sarah Hayden. And so what we will be doing is we will have a short 3-minute presentation on living with wildfire in the forest. And this is in response to the Hermit Peak fire that devastated the east side of the Sangre de Cristos. And then we will be listening to people's concerns and hearing your input. What we want is a robust discussion with the Forest Service leadership, who will be there in attendance. I confirmed that today, so that they can hear alternatives to how we want to approach the forest. So I also want to report that last night there was another WIP meeting. I have spent, after the last WIP meeting in July, I called Washington, D.C. To the Environmental Management Office and complained about the way that the meeting was held. because it was basically a fiasco. I have then since spent hours talking to the WIP leadership team, explaining to them how they do a public hearing. And so then last night, they did a public hearing at Buffalo Thunder, and they listened to people for over 2 hours. Everyone had 3 minutes. They did a very short presentation. There was plenty of room. There was 100 people online, over 100 people listening online, and there was 50 people in the room with plenty of room and space. And they really made an effort to hear people's concerns about the extension of keeping WIP open until 2028 and the amount of waste getting off of the hill. So that was rewarding to see that somebody was actually listening. And so I think that the same thing can be true with the Forest Service, and it really takes the entire community to participate. And so that will be on my website, and the county will be sending out the flyer, and it will be sent to, of course, all the commissioners so that everybody can participate. The other very wonderful thing that I had the opportunity to participate in is that I have been the president of the Northern Rio Grande National Heritage Area for the last year. I was just reelected for a second term as the president, and I have been very active with the Alliance of National Heritage Areas, which is 55 national heritage areas across the United States. And we're working to get reauthorization done, and we have made tremendous progress. We have gotten it out of the Natural Resource Committee. We got Joe Manchin to support it. We got a number of Republicans to support it because national heritage areas are not a Democrat or Republican thing. They are something to benefit all of our community. And so at our annual meeting on October 22nd, the Secretary of Cultural Affairs, Deborah Garcia y Griego, also joined our board, along with the mayor of Espanola. And so the board is really growing, and I am very honored to be able to represent this board. And I had the honor to go to Alamosa, where we went to the Great Sand Dunes. We went to many of the churches. We got to see some of the National Heritage Area in the Sangre de Cristo National Heritage Area, which is our sister heritage area right next in the next state. As many people know, I certainly believe this, and I don't doubt that some of my colleagues here, the San Luis Valley was actually taken from New Mexico in the 1800s because it really belongs in New Mexico. It's in the same ecological system, and as many of its descendants live in are from New Mexico. With that, also, I want to support what Commissioner Garcia said about the film festival. I attended a number of films when I could. There was a great film by Stuart Udall, who is one of my longtime heroes since I was 16 years old. I have been aware of Stuart Udall. He was the Secretary of Interior under Kennedy and Johnson, and it's a beautiful film about his life and how he is really one of the conservation heroes of our lifetime. Also, we had proclaimed Once Within a Time Day for the film by Godfrey Reggio, and it was a sold-out audience and crowd to see this surreal movie of our time. And I highly recommend that anybody have a chance to get to see it. It is about the effects that we are having on our children and the climate, and Godfrey Reggio's unique vision of this world. So, Madam Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity to say a few words. And I will defer to the next person. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks very much. And congratulations on getting a better public meeting. That was no small feat. Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just two things real quick. I'm having a town hall for District 5 next Thursday, November 3rd.
Me too.
I'm catching your laryngitis. Mine's just allergies though. November 3rd at 5:30 will be a WebEx meeting. And then I just wanted to let you all know that I did go to the meeting of CultPAC, which is our volunteer committee that makes recommendations on our open space. And they will be bringing forward, I think, some recommendation on transferable development rights being taken off of open space once they consider that. And I would just wanted to recommend that if we do consider that at a BCC meeting in the future, we make sure they're invited to come, because I think the communication between the CultPAC committee and the board has been a little confusing to them and lacking. And I want to make sure that they feel like they're being heard and that they are being heard, and that we include them in our decisions. Thank you.
Absolutely. I think that's a great point. I did have some discussions with them and they brought some of that stuff up. I'm so grateful you went to the meeting, and we should move on that. Well, is it short? Go ahead.
Madam Chair, thank you. It's really short. Greg, could you actually have growth management bring us a presentation in regards to the transfer development rights? I don't even know what happened to that. I know the CultPAC meeting, but if you can have growth management bring a presentation for that. Congratulations on going to the San Luis Valley, my best friends from La Jera and out on Toledo. But did you go to the crocodile farm?
No, we did not make it to the crocodile farm, but we did make it to the, they have a beautiful farm up there on the corner when you're going up to the Great Sand Dunes. And we went to the I meant to tell Commissioner Hughes this. We went to the Great Sand Dunes in the evening. We got there at sunset, and the Great Sand Dunes is a night sky preserve. And they are working on making the entire area around the Great Sand Dunes as a night sky preserve. And I wholeheartedly supported that. And I think the more night sky areas we can have, the better.
Excellent. Thank you. Commissioner Roybal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm gonna be brief in my comments. I did have a meeting with Echo at the petroglyphs here at Casa Rio, and it was a good meeting. We talked about the shooting ranges. I don't want to go into too much detail because that's something that we've been talking about for a while. I sit on many boards, and I know they do a great job on bringing out the intricacies of what they're working on, so I won't go into detail on that. I did get a lot of calls from constituents with concerns with the STR item that we're having coming up later. And so I'll bring those concerns up later. I did want to also recommend if there's a possibility of moving that item up after or before matters from the county attorney or for executive session, if that's a possibility, it might be frugal for us to do that, being that I think we have a lot of people here for that concern. So those are my comments for now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Excellent. Thank you. But actually, executive session is anticipated to be very short. And so if in efficiency of time, we're going to go ahead and do that and then
Thank
do
you.
the public hearing. So that takes us to matters from other elected officials. Deputy Clerk, if you have something, I don't see the clerk on.
I believe she's dealing with some election issues. Go figure. Madam Chair, we are thrilled to announce that so far we have had 10,191 show up for early voting. We have had 2,753 absentee ballots returned, So far, our total is 12,944 votes. So we are thrilled with the turnout so far. We encourage people to go early vote or return their absentee ballots. As we know, the postal service can be a little slow, so we are encouraging people to drop off their absentee ballots at either a drop box or a polling site. And so I will leave it at that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there any other elected officials? I don't see any in the audience. But is there anybody online, our treasurer, our sheriff, our assessor, probate judge? If any other elected officials care to make a comment, please unmute yourself. Daniel, I assume nobody's on that you see?
Madam Chair, I do not see any other elected officials on WebEx.
So much, Daniel. So I'm going to move on to matters from the county attorney. So, Attorney Young, if you could lead us into what we have in store for us.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. You're correct. It should be a brief executive session tonight. But first, one matter of business. At its October 11th, 2022 meeting, the Board of County Commissioners went into executive session. At the end of the meeting, it did not reconvene in open session. I would therefore respectfully request the minutes of this meeting reflect that the matters discussed during the October 11th, 2022 executive session were limited only to those specified in the motion for closure. When the board approves the minutes for this meeting, it will be approving the substance of this statement.
Definitely let it show that.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move that we go into
Wait,
executive.
we were not ready yet. He's only got partway through.
Sorry, Commissioner Rowe. One more thing. So I would ask that we go into closed session to discuss the threatened or pending litigation in which Santa Fe County is or may become a participant as allowed by Section 10-15-1, H7 NMSA 1978, specifically including a potential breach of settlement agreement and related agreements related to annexation.
Okay. So I'd like to go and make a motion to go into executive session for the items that have been summarized by our county attorney.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. Can I have a roll call?
Yes, Madam Chair. Commissioner Rudy Garcia. Commissioner Henry Roybal.
Yes.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hansen.
Yes.
And Chair Anna Hamilton.
Yes.
And
So
Madam
thank you.
Chair,
Yes.
before we actually go into executive session, and again, I think this will be exceedingly short. If there are no questions concerning any of the informational reports or items from staff, I would just ask if we could dismiss them.
Yes.
Thank you.
I was actually going to ask if any commissioners had that, and I should have done it before this motion. If there are any questions for staff, or thank you so much, staff, for doing those reports and for attending the meeting and being present for any questions. So we are going into an executive session. We will be short, 15 to 20 minutes. And then we will be back out for the public hearing. Good evening. I didn't know, I never thought to ask for it. Good. Okay. Okay, I'm going to call this meeting back to order. I would entertain a motion to come out of executive session.
I'll make a motion to come out of executive session. And nothing was discussed except that which was on the agenda from the attorney. And no decisions were made.
Thank you. Can I have a second? Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Excellent. And despite what's on the agenda, there are no further action items in that regard. We are now in regular session, and I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. That's item 12 on the proposed ordinance, amending ordinance 1992-3, the business registration and licensing ordinance, and ordinance 1999-10, the largest occupancy tax ordinance, to license and regulate short-term rentals in Santa Fe County. And we will go to Daniela Screen to start with the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. We were given authorization to publish title and general summary of this ordinance on August 9th of this year. We held public hearings on September 13th and September 27th. At the September 13th BCC meeting, staff heard a number of issues raised by the public and the commissioners. Much of this related to the feeling that owner-occupied short-term rentals should be treated differently from non-owner-occupied or investor-type short-term rentals. In those situations, the owner is generally on site when a short-term rental is rented, which may lessen the likelihood of regulatory non-compliance and negative community impacts. At that meeting, staff proposed a draft which distinguished between the owner-occupied and non-owner-occupied short-term rentals, so I'll just summarize that. An owner-occupied STR, whether it's in the same house as the primary residence or an accessory dwelling on the same property, would apply for a business registration that has a yearly fee of $35. Renewal is automatic through payment of the registration fee. There would not be a requirement to come back to the county for review unless there's a change in the application. This greatly simplifies the process for owner-occupied STRs. An owner-occupied STR would be reviewed administratively. Appeals would be heard by the board. Only one business registration would be approved per owner. Notice would be provided to adjacent property owners. A non-owner-occupied STR would apply for a business license. That has a fee of $375, a renewal of $300, and renewal requests would be submitted for review and approval. A non-owner-occupied STR would be reviewed administratively, appeals heard by the board, notice provided to adjacent property owners, yearly current water meter readings would be submitted if the property is subject to Santa Fe County water restrictions. STRs would be permitted within all zoning districts where a residential use is allowed as a primary use. Applicants for both registration and licenses would have until March 15th of 2023 to come into compliance. All short-term rentals would need to meet the following requirements: display the registration or license and a notice providing additional information for guests, including number of allowed vehicles, quiet hours, owner's contact number, and solid waste disposal requirements. All listings would include the business registration or license number. All short-term rentals need to pay applicable taxes. All short-term rentals would comply with occupancy limits of 2 per bedroom, and there's daytime occupancy limits as well. Comply with existing water restrictions. Provide on-street parking or designated off-street parking. Certify the short-term rental has the fire protection, meets the fire protection requirements listed by the fire marshal. Provide for solid waste storage and removal. Provide a rural address on the property. And comply with quiet hours, which are 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. The September 27th BCC meeting, staff heard a number of issues raised by the public and the commissioners. Went back to commission on October 11th to ask for a clarification. At that time, the board asked staff to address the following in a new draft ordinance. The first was to amend the noticing requirements to just require notice to adjacent property owners. That's in section 5.2.4 of this draft and 6.2.3, and require that property or dwelling used as a non-owner occupied STR be acquired by the owner by the effective date of this ordinance, which is 30 days after recordation. This would include a one-year moratorium on non-owner occupied STRs that were purchased after the effective date of the ordinance, to allow time for the board to study and analyze relevant issues related to non-owner occupied STRs, including but not limited to the impact of STRs on affordable housing supply, areas where STRs conflict with primary residential uses established in traditional historic communities, and non-compliance and enforcement issues, and develop any appropriate regulations here too. But just to clarify, because I think that this was misinterpreted by many people, the new draft states that any property owned before the effective date, so if you own property now or before the ordinance goes into effect, you can still apply for a non-owner occupied short-term rental. The language has been amended in the new draft ordinance along with findings as to the reason to impose the moratorium. In drafting those findings, staff reviewed and referenced public testimony from hearings on the proposed STR ordinance, statements from Resolution 2022-66, where the board recognized the lack of affordable housing, the February 2022 HomeWise report, Who Can't Afford to Live in Santa Fe in 2022, the 2021 Santa Fe Housing Report prepared by the Santa Fe Association of Realtors, the 2020 Santa Fe County Housing Data Study prepared by UNM, and the June 2019 HomeWise study of short-term rentals and access to housing in Santa Fe. They're all included in your packet. Public comments are also received so far or attached as Exhibit I to your packet. And I did hand out additional comments that have been received up to about 4 o'clock this afternoon. The recommendation, this is the third public hearing of this ordinance. The required legal noticing has been completed for action to be taken by the board. Staff recommends approval of the ordinance. And Madam Chair, if I could enter all of the packet material into the record, and I stand for questions. Thank you.
Yes, please do, and thank you. Are there particular questions from before we do public hearing, or is everybody wanting to wait? Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make it extraordinarily clear that we are not outlawing any person who has a non-owner occupied Airbnb. That is a misconception that was spread and sent out by the Realtors Association, and it is not true. What we are doing is trying to get everyone registered under this new ordinance. I want to just also emphasize to a number of people here, the city of Santa Fe limits you to one Airbnb per person. You have to notify anybody 50 feet away from your property. You have to pay $425 every year for a Airbnb license. Okay, the county is way more reasonable. You can only rent one time, I'm talking about the city, one time per week in the city. You can't, like if you have somebody who rents your house on Monday and Tuesday, you can't rent to them on Thursday and Friday. Okay, that's in the city. We're not putting those kind of restrictions on you. You know, so it to me is really disingenuous for the Realtors Association to send out an email telling people that we are telling you you cannot have a non-owner Airbnb, because that is not the truth. What we are asking is trying to get everybody registered. Once we put this ordinance in place, put a moratorium on the non-owners occupied so that we can get everyone registered. And then after the March 15th date, which is the deadline to be registered, we will know how many people are non-owner occupied in the county. And then we can repeal and rewrite this ordinance so that we can have, if we need to create a limit, the city of Santa Fe has a limit of 1,000 Airbnbs in the entire city. Okay, so I'm just giving you some parameters because I feel like there has been a lot of misinformation put out there, and it is unfair to you, and it is unfair to us to be accused of doing something that is not true. So I just wanted to state that for the record, Madam Chair. Commissioner Hughes, was I clear enough?
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there other questions or comments?
Madam Chair, if I could ask a few clarifying questions.
Yeah.
That if Penny could answer. In my district, the majority of it falls within the NPT basin. And I think in prior meetings that we've discussed is the state has already adjudicated those wells. And I know in this ordinance, we were looking at putting meters on some of the wells. First of all, I don't think that we should even have meters on these wells because of the fact that these STRs are even less used than a full-time rental, a long-term rental. And so I don't really see the reason to have these meters, but I did want to clarify that in the MPT basin, the OSC is already regulating how much water can be used and that they do have meters. It's my understanding that we will not be, that unless you've been adjudicated a water right already by the state, that they will not need to put meters on their wells. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, the metering was only if you have an existing Santa Fe County water restriction on your property. And I'm trying to look at 6.3 to see if we have any exception. It would only be the non-owner occupied that would provide their yearly water meter restrictions. Only the non-owner occupied would provide their yearly water meter restrictions. So if they had a restriction, they would report it. I don't know if legal has any other points related to AMIT.
So they do not have to put a meter and report that to the county if they're already in the MPT basin and already are required by the OSC to have a meter. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, the way that this reads, I believe, says that you do need to report if you have a Santa Fe County restriction. So only those with a Santa Fe County restriction would have to do that.
Okay, so in this MPT basin, I know that our accessory dwellings do come with a restriction from the county as to 0.25 acre feet for an accessory dwelling. Is that what we're talking about here?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, not really. We only impose water restrictions on property when they're platting. And so if a property has been platted and took water restrictions, there used to be total property water restrictions. The new ones under the code are per dwelling unit. But you don't sign water restrictions unless you're doing platting.
Okay, so the answer would be no, yes.
If your property has an existing water restriction, when you platted your property that said you're restricted to a certain amount, you must meter and you must send in water meter readings, then you would still have to send in those water meter readings.
So it wouldn't change for having an STR.
Nothing changes with the STR.
So Madam Chair, on that note, I've worked here for a couple of years. That's a traditional community, which is one house for 3/4 of an acre. I've never, ever seen a water restriction on a 3/4 acre lot. So if I have a 3/4 acre lot and I have one house on there and I came into land use and I got an accessory dwelling, is land use going to put a water restriction on that accessory dwelling?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, we don't put water restrictions on if you're asking for a permit. If you're dividing it, traditional communities usually had a 1 acre-foot water restriction. So whereas if you were in the basin and you were down to 2.5 acres, you would have a 1/4 acre-foot water restriction for the whole property. But since in my time here, when I've seen plats go through, even in traditional communities, they've signed water restrictions, but it's been for 1 acre-foot of water.
Who enforces that?
The water restrictions are signed by the property owner. They run with the land and the land use administrator signs it, but we don't have active enforcement. So what we do is whenever you come in to get a permit, whether you're getting a permit for a garage, a new house, a short-term rental, whatever it is, if your property has water restrictions, at that point, we ask for proof that you've got a water meter. And that's something that we've been doing for years.
Okay. Are there more
Okay.
questions? Because
I did have one other question in regards to somebody that has a casita on their house at their primary residence where they live and they're renting out as an STR. I know that that will be owner occupied. Now, if they have a room that they're renting as well, or even 2 rooms in their house, that's just one permit for that residence, is that right?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, yeah, I would say that's one permit there. It's owner occupied, so that's what's on their primary property.
okay, great.
I'm sure. So let's take my district for an example. Because traditional communities are a little different because it's a 3/4 acre minimum. Let's assume we're not in the traditional community of Cerrillos, Madrid, or La Cienega. A lot of people don't realize if you're outside of the limits of Madrid, you have a 160 acre minimum. You could have gone down to a 40 acre tract with a 1/4 acre foot water restriction. So if that individual has a 1/4 acre foot of water restriction for their 40 acre tract, can they do Airbnb?
If they are, yes, they can. We're not restricting anyone from doing short-term rentals. If they are non-owner occupied, so they don't live on the property, then they will have to submit each year their water meter reading.
If they don't live there.
Yes. If they do live there, we just state you need to comply with your water restrictions, but we're not taking water meter readings.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What if they have 2 homes on there? What if they have a house and then they actually have a studio or a casita? Do they still have Airbnb on that casita?
If it was permitted as a dwelling unit, yes, or because all short-term rentals have to be within dwelling units.
Okay, thank you. So we'll have time for additional discussion after the public hearing. So I'm going to go ahead and open public hearing. I assume everybody who's here to speak, as opposed to just listen, raise your hand. Okay, great. And I think we might have some people online as well. We traditionally have a 3-minute limit. The timer is going to be projected up on the screen. I hope everybody will respect that. I also want to emphasize that this is our third hearing, and we have done our very best to hear and try to respond to everybody's comments, and we have not forgotten those. So there are some new things here. I really want everybody to respect the idea of not repeating testimony that's presented before or that has been dealt with effectively in previous meetings. If we can keep this to really new inputs, we'll all get out of here earlier and be more effective. And so I just ask everybody to respect the time limit from that regard as well. If everybody who wants, does everybody need to be sworn in? You'd think I'd remember from month to month. Yes. So if everybody who wants to speak, do you not hear me, Daniel? Oh, I thought I thought you were looking at me. If you could stand up and the county clerk will swear you all in.
All right, everyone, I will give you the oath and you'll reply. And then when you go up to testify, we will also have you make a statement about your name and everything. So I'll tell you that after the oath. So here's your oath. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Raise your right hand.
Okay. So when you go up to testify, for the record, you will need to state your name, and we are going to have you spell your last name so that our esteemed stenographer can actually record it correctly. And then you will also need to state your address and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid. Understood?
Fabulous.
Thank you.
So unless we're unable to achieve this, if somebody can just come forward and be first, and everybody can self-organize and everybody else can sit down and relax, and just when they're finished, we can go to the next one. Since you're the first person, if you don't mind, can you make sure that microphone's on? Do you have a light, a green light on?
Yes,
Fabulous, thanks.
you're welcome. My name is Sasi Tema. Last name is Zemach. Madam Chair and dear Commissioner,
And can I have you state your address?
Yes,
And that you
it's-
are under oath?
211 Rosario Boulevard, New
Thank you.
Mexico City.
And you're under oath.
Okay. My name is Sasi, and I'm a board member in the Short-Term Rental Alliance in Santa Fe. And I follow my dream and my passion to host people and bring them the experience of Santa Fe neighborhood vibe. I do love to host people. Last year, I realized that there are so many people like me, some artists, some retired young couple, and people that found their mission in life. We are different from each other, as you see, and we offer different vacation homes, but we all care about the welfare of our neighborhood and the climate changing, because we are part of this neighborhood. If your arm is hurting, your solution is not to cut it off. Santa Fe, it's not New York or LA, which many alternative sources of income they offer. We depends on tourism. I wonder who will benefit if or if someone will eliminate us. I don't want to shout the king is naked, but if we are not here, mega hotels chains will monopolize the hospitality industry. This will drive the prices up and will limit the tourism to a specific demographic only, no diversity. This is the welfare that we are voting for. By the way, it will affect everyone around us and around this community, because the next time you or everyone here around us, when you will have a guest, out of town and you have to explain them why you don't have other choices for them, that they even maybe cannot afford to stay in those expensive hotels around us. As part of this community, every penny we make stay here. Not only that, we also share our guests with other local businesses. Can we say that the same about the hotels that have restaurant, gallery, and store, all to feed their hungry headquarters located outside of our county? Big part of us choose to open their houses as a mission and to make our guests to feel at home, because when you feel at home, you don't waste electricity or water, and we give them only one set of towels and explain them nicely that we are in the desert and this is part of the experience. People love to complain, but how many complaints did you receive in the last 2 years against STRs? What is the percentage compared to regular neighborhood complaint? Most of our guests are 65 years old and above, and I can complain about everything, about the hotel in front of us. I see. What I want to say, dear commissioners and Madam Chair, is we prove in COVID-19 that thanks to us, the county get money. We help to some people to have, like the local people to have jobs here when COVID happened. And the problem was that we were very, very quiet. And I think so in politics, you need to be loud, that people will understand that you are part of this community and you are important like everyone else. And then everyone acknowledge us. Thank you so
Excellent.
much.
Thank you so much. Can I have the next person up? Anybody?
I'm sorry, I have problems adjusting to light.
No worries.
I'd like to make a comment or two before I start.
Can
what
you
I'm-
give your name, address, and that you're under oath?
Certainly. My name is Jack Shelburne, Shelburn. My address is 58A Evergreen Lane in the Milwaukee Valley. And I realize that I'm under oath. Excuse me. First of all, the changes that were made to the ordinance, I applaud all of you who were involved in that. They addressed many of the problems that I had in the beginning of the ordinance. However, not quite all of them. The other comment I'd like to make is I was very disappointed that some of the commissioners absolutely refused to receive any calls from us. I understand that Henry Roybal, my particular commissioner, was the one who instigated a lot of these changes to the ordinance, and I applaud him for doing that, and I thank him for listening to his constituents. Next thing is where we live, the rules about neighbors and everything simply just don't apply. And I know I repeat myself from the last time, and I'm trying not to. I will relate one thing that I did not mention the last time. I think this ordinance needs a lot more work. And I applaud the work that was done by all of your staff and everything to write it up. For me, my Airbnb it's only a year old. But my ability to do things as I used to is only about 2.5 years old, maybe 3. Airbnb is something that's on my property, and I memorized where the trees are, where the roads are, where everything is, so that I'm able to do it. I'm able to go help. I'm able to be useful. I'm able to function as a man and as a member of the community. I'll be real honest, our community is old. Mr. Roybal can tell you that. All of our community is old. We have many people in our community who are over 100 years old. And we're not a very wealthy community as well. We all need the extra income that is generated from our Airbnbs. We wouldn't have done what we did to make it happen if we didn't need the income. My mother and father-in-law's house is over 100 years old. We remodeled it. We refurbished everything in it, and it wasn't cheap. We're barely getting any return on it right now. And then to be slapped with this ordinance in its original form is kind of a slap in the face. The other thing, like I said, we need this income to help us out. We need it to make ourselves feel better. We need it to feel useful. We also think that this ordinance needs more work. Doesn't apply to a lot of the situations that we have out in the county. And I appreciate you listening to me, and thank you for considering it. And I really appreciate all of the changes that we made. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome up.
Thank you. My name is Andrea Dobbins, Dobyns, and my address is 2278 Calle Cuesta, and I am under oath during this. So, good evening, Chair Hamilton and County Commission members. My name is Andrea Dobbins, and I serve as the president of the Santa Fe Association of Realtors. On behalf of the association, a trade organization representing over 900 realtors, along with nearly 100 affiliated organizations, I'm here this evening to share the association's opposition to the proposed short-term rental ordinance. The ordinance in its current form is inherently unfair. The regulation will protect existing property owners' rights to rent short-term while eliminating that right for new property owners. The regulation will permit existing property owners to construct and expand their short-term rental business. At the same time, new property owners cannot legally rent on a short-term basis. The regulation will create a market advantage for existing property owners for the foreseeable future. Future controls to limit the density or location of units and restrictions on the number of allowable total units would further exacerbate this market advantage over time. The ordinance is unclear. Property acquisitions can include existing contractual obligations, such as rental agreements. How will acquired properties with existing short-term rental contracts convey under a moratorium? There is no definition of an acquired property. Does it include a property exchange, intrafamily property transfer in the case of death or inheritance? Will the moratorium simply expire, be acted upon by the governing body through further imposition or release, or be released by early adoption of the governing body? The ordinance is onerous. The regulation establishes a new unenforceable 275-day primary residence requirement, a residency requirement far more stringent than the Internal Revenue Service. It should be removed. The ordinance will negatively impact the value of Santa Fe homes. Current real estate market conditions are rapidly changing in response to rising mortgage rates and inflationary factors. Is it responsible for the governing body to add further uncertainty to the home buying and selling process by making a valuable property right illegal? The Santa Fe Association of Realtors respectfully urges its leaders to remove the moratorium language this evening, or at a minimum, extend the thoughtful analysis and review of the current ordinance to ensure that any final governing body action provides a fair and equitable regulatory framework that effectively and efficiently delivers the valuable public safety and health measures for property owners, neighborhoods, and short-term rental clientele. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments and your serious consideration.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Gibson. I'm at 518 Juniper Drive in Santa Fe, and I know I'm under oath. I'd like to thank the commissioners for undertaking this look at a tough issue, a very important issue for New Mexicans, Santa Feans, and county residents. It's something I feel very strongly about, that we're pricing our younger people out of the housing market. My own kids that have grown up here can't afford to live in Santa Fe anymore, and it's becoming a similar situation in the county. And partly that's being driven by the short-term rental issue, the lack of available housing. And I hate to see more and more of our private properties being turned into commercial properties, essentially. Many hotels, I think we have to do everything we can to hold down real estate prices and to keep the pool of available housing open for long-term rentals or sales properties. So if anything, I would have loved to see this commission adopt the proposed regulations. Now we're talking about putting them off for perhaps a year. But I think this is a better position than not moving forward with the consideration of these ideas. So I am for the moratorium, and I urge you to the back of your mind that how tough it is for housing it is for locals anymore. And I see the rise of this commercialization of real estate as cutting into that. So that's my suggestion going forward. I'd like to see the moratorium passed and the regulations strengthened and toughened. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Joshua Gannon, Gannon. My address is 2863 Highway 14, Madrid, New Mexico. I am aware I'm under oath. Madam Chair and Commissioners, thank you. Again, my name is Joshua Gannon. I moved to New Mexico 25 years ago in October of 1997. My first home was rented in Madrid that month. I paid $650 a month while making $5.50 an hour. My girlfriend at the time also landed a lucrative job, much the same, making $5.50 an hour. We often joke with the absurdity of $11 combined with 2 college degrees. And several times discussed whether staying in New Mexico was worth all of the fuss. I mention this to share that expensive housing and low wages have been an issue in these parts for some time. In today's dollars, I made the equivalent of about $10.20 an hour and paid a touch over $1,200 in rent. Based on what I see in the village of Madrid now versus my own experience, it was worse when I landed here. It's still a pressing issue in our area. And I am hopeful that monies collected from STRs can find its way toward affordable housing solutions. Our 2 STRs that have become an important, relatively stable source of income, especially post-COVID, and both are in commercial locations. We have one residential home in Madrid that is long-term rented by a local for $850 a month, including 2 utilities. The rent I have charged for that property has always been well below market value. I also have a tiny house that we built out for my mother, and she pays utilities only. We've owned a gallery in the village for 22 and a half years. We pay our taxes and work hard to make and present our own work, those of local artists and a few from the greater Santa Fe area. We employ 9 people, both full and part-time, 2 of which are directly from our short-term rentals. All of our employees make a damn good wage. We have been very active participants in our community for over 20 years. We labor for our community, and I believe the people here this evening are much the same. All of us are not the villains, not the cause of housing crisis in Santa Fe County, nor are we investors, which I am against as well. We are neighbors, friends, business owners, artists, teachers, single parents, and more. This is simply a way to supplement our incomes through our own hard work on our own private property. Still, we are being vilified. One of the more exciting stories, and this plays into your misinformation mention, Commissioner, one of the more exciting stories was shared by Caitlin Lord, under oath here before you. It was published in the Santa Fe New Mexican on September 28th. It was about the eviction of a veteran in Madrid so that a landowner could, quote, pursue their dream of an Airbnb oasis. It's pretty cheeky. They reportedly did this with an eviction letter on the doorstep. On October 19th, the Santa Fe Reporter repeated a similar story, also told them by Caitlin Lord. Pretty terrible, but it was a lie. I have that letter that I left on that veteran's doorstep with me right here. If anybody would like to read it, you're more than welcome to. He rented for me for 8 years. The letter is a personal one, essentially pushing back on his judgment of us and informing him that our friendship of 15 years was over. I left this letter the day after he told me he would not be coming back after we completed the remodel of his space. I had met with him 3 times leading into the start of the remodel. He does suffer from PTSD, so I tried to go at him softly. No one can produce an eviction notice because it does not exist, and it is a legal process. I've made the newspapers twice now based on a story that was false, told under oath. I myself am an honorably discharged veteran of the U.S. infantry. I would never do what I was convicted of. I'm just trying to make a living.
Thank you very much.
Yes, my name is Shirley Votes-Spear. I live at 100 Pine West, and I understand that I'm under oath. BOGT-SPEER. Our rental property was the original home on our land, a very, very small casita. Previous owner lived there until he married, and he built the home that we now live in. Both houses were on the same lot. He also owned an adjoining lot. When he decided to sell, he had a lot line adjustment done so he could sell the homes independently. We purchased both properties because the casita is only 150 feet from the home that we were going to live in. Would we need to now ask for another lot line adjustment to reverse what he had done in order to be considered an owner occupied? That seems a little onerous. Please don't saddle us with burdensome permitting requirements. That includes notification of adjacent properties, which seems like short-term rentals are being treated as a nuisance business, which they're not. Noise and parties are something we, more than anyone else, do not want. We felt short-term guests would create less wear and tear and that we could have more control over what was going on in our casita. Post-consent rules prohibiting parties. Generally, short-term guests stay a weekend or up to a week. Hosts who get loud or unruly guests can turn to the rental platforms for recourse. And in dire cases, guests may be asked to leave the property. And there's ample motivation for guests to be on their best behavior because they know hosts will rate them following their stay. Conversely, living next to a loud, long-term renter can be a big problem. And it can take more than a year to evict an unneighborly tenant. If the ordinance is onerous, we'll opt to reserve our casita for exclusive use of our family and friends. We're not going to deal with the problems connected to long-term rentals. I urge you to support locals, not lodging owned by out-of-town corporations. Help locals flourish within the county and benefit the city of Santa Fe, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Marie Lindberg, Lindberg, and I'm a long-term renter in the Agua Fria Village at 3020 Jemez Road in Santa Fe, 87505. And I understand I'm under oath. With the high concentration of STRs in Santa Fe County City, many of which are still not registered, we know there's spillover to the rest of Santa Fe County. But without proper regulations and enforcement, we don't even know what the full impact for residents might be. Short-term rentals must be regulated to ensure that the benefits for owners doesn't outweigh the cost for everyone else. That includes costs like increased traffic, wear and tear on the roads and sewage systems, contributions to the water crisis, taking away from longstanding and locally owned hotels and B&Bs, harm to our local environment, the breaking of fire, water, and other safety regulations, honest advertising to users, and noise pollution. After the Hermit's Peak Calf Canyon fire erupted last April, Las Vegas discovered that it didn't have anywhere to home evacuees within the city limits. After further inspection, they found out that there were 20 properties that were listed on Airbnb without approval of the city. Only 4 of the owners had proper business licenses, and 1 had paid some of their lodger's tax over the last 2 years. In 2019, 40% of Airbnbs in Santa Fe City were not registered. We can assume maybe that number has improved a bit. Collecting the tax and registering Airbnbs is not necessarily straightforward, especially if we create a multi-tiered system. I've stayed in at least 2 Airbnbs, including one in Santa Fe City, where the host listed their location as a shared home, but in fact, upon arrival, I learned
that the host's primary residence was elsewhere. This is the county's responsibility to regulate. The taxes, regulations, and business license fees also must take into account the diminishing returns that short-term rentals have for people seeking housing in the county. According to the Santa Fe Association of Realtors, there was an estimated shortage of 7,343 rental units across Santa Fe City and County in 2021. I'm sure you're familiar with this number. There is also a well-established research-backed pattern across the country of an increase in Airbnb listings correlating with the rise of affordable long-term rental units shifting to short-term rental units, especially in tourist-heavy cities in regions just like Santa Fe. That means fewer affordable options for families. I understand folks feel attacked today. I use Airbnb frequently. I'm not advocating to get rid of it. It offers cool benefits for tourists, including getting out of the tourist areas and into the community. And especially when it first started, it was pretty cheap. But I came to learn that the communities where I was staying were the ones that were paying the difference. When I choose Airbnb now, I pay the higher taxes and fees, knowing that it helps to offset the true cost for the people of the community. I hope that STR owners will see this too. They shouldn't get to increase their bottom line on the backs of the rest of the community. It is the job of the county commissioners to look out for all of us and not just for a few. I hope that you will uphold a strong ordinance, continue to do research after the ordinance has been implemented to see if it goes far enough and if we have been able to effectively enforce this law. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Buck McKinney, McKinney. My address is 66 Paseo Encantado, and I'm under oath. I'm from Austin, Texas, and our family has a second home near Chupadero that we make available for short-term rentals when we can't be there, but we hope to make our first home in the next few years. Commissioners' proposed STR ordinance is something that we have followed very closely, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you about it. At the outset, I understand the Commissioners' desire to study the effects of short-term rentals and to take appropriate action if needed. My problem with the proposed ordinance is that it puts the cart before the horse by enacting significant restrictions on property owners before any substantive study has been conducted. But it's simply, the ordinance seems to be a solution looking for the problem. Proposed ordinance also paints with a broad brush, including across-the-board restrictions without regard for the very different settings in which STRs may be operating across the 1,911 square miles encompassed by Santa Fe County. I respectfully submit that the operation of STRs in, for instance, Madrid, face very different challenges in STRs in rural areas of the county, such as the area in which our second home sits, on over 5 acres near Chupadero. A one-size-fits-all ordinance that applies countywide is bound to be too much in some places and not enough in others. But again, the biggest problem with the proposed ordinance is that it's been enacted with no understanding of whether or not there is a countywide STR problem. As Commissioner Hansen acknowledged during the last meeting, the Board of Commissioners has collected no data whatsoever on that issue. That being the case, my question is, why the rush? Why not collect the data first and then target actual documented problems later rather than addressing hypothetical problems? And I should mention, this isn't just a practical issue. As the county attorney explained during the last meeting, other ordinances, such as the ordinance in Austin, Texas, have been struck down as unconstitutional, where the city was unable to provide sufficient data demonstrating that its restrictions were narrowly tailored to address actual documented problems. Respectfully, by enacting an ordinance before any data at all has been collected, commissioners may very well be acting in an unconstitutional manner. I suggest a better course of action would be to strip the ordinance down to its registration and licensure requirements and jettison, at least for now, the restrictions and burdens. By doing so, the commissioners can capture the data necessary to determine whether there even is an STR problem, and if so, how best to address it before restricting fundamental constitutional rights, property ownership, equal protection, and so forth. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Heather Nordquist. I'm at 40 County Road 84B, 87506, and I understand I'm under oath. I'm going to piggyback on this idea of putting something in place for a problem that may or may not exist and may or may not correlate to short-term rentals. I think we're all aware of the affordable housing issues, both in the city and outside the county. And there's an idea that if you could just force private property owners to do something different than they're currently doing, that's going to add to alleviating this problem. I've recently had my home, which is a 4-bedroom, 2-bath home with a 2-bedroom, 1-bath guest house, appraised, and it appraised at $737,000. It cannot be split into 2 lots. And so I'm asking you, what do you think me putting this on the market would do to help with affordable housing? I think we need more data instead of throwing something out at the wall for a problem that we cannot correlate. I have no problem with permitting. I have long claimed my Airbnb income even prior to the the GRT tax requirements, and all that money goes back into the neighborhood, and we get very few services out in the county. So I ask you, and I've put this in a couple emails to commissioners, why is it our responsibility to fix the affordable housing problem? And what are you going to do to fix the affordable housing problem? And how will you effectively use the taxes that you collect from us every single month to fix that problem? Because I firmly believe that is not the responsibility of private property owners. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Kutlu Gulamber, Gulamber. My address is 211 Rosario Boulevard, number 16. And I understand that I'm under oath. Well, I came here originally to talk about the moratorium, and thank you so much, Commissioner, for clarifying that. And I have something else to say. What I want to say is I was reading the document that was the ordinance draft, and I see that there's a section here and there's a heading that's called findings. I want to scrutinize those findings just a little bit. I'm a business owner, and I have to make decisions that impact welfare of my community, my employees, and everyone. And I have to use real data to make these decisions. So when I read these concerns or findings, I wanted to understand what qualifies them as findings. A couple of people before me talked about data and not rushing to make notes. And I'm just asking, I wonder if there's any research to substantiate some of these concerns of short-term rentals on our water, our septic tanks, and all that. And if it is just duh, it makes sense, you know, it's just a no-brainer, well, then I have a no-brainer, another idea that I wanted to share with you. And that is that I think it's our excellent food in this county that causes all these problems, not the short-term rentals. See, what happens is that our restaurants serve extremely delicious food. It is way too much for a person to eat, and also it is full of green chili. So what that does is that when you eat the chili, you're gonna want more water. So you're drinking water that is scarce resource. Well, then we know that you have to go to the bathroom twice or 3 times that same night. You need to understand what it does to our septic tanks, right? Well, this is not the worst thing about it. The worst thing is that when you eat good food, then you get into a good mood. And you start engaging with your companions, and before you know it, you're laughing out loud. And you know, somebody turns the music on, and you're dancing barefoot with your spouse of 25 years on the grass, having a good time. Oops, it's 10:05. And then the county police is on its way to stop this nonsense. I personally believe that just a little bit of human joy and that noise of happiness is a little necessary in our community. We are too much accustomed to our neighborhoods that are soulless because they're owned by people that live out of state. And if they come and utilize that home for once or twice, a year, that is a great deal. So the septic tanks that they're not using, the water that they're not using, maybe we can take that into consideration for measuring the impact of short-term rentals. Also, I think that we need to do some research. I mean, this stuff that we're talking about, the concerns, yeah, these are concerns and I agree with them. But I think we just need to measure, we need to quantify, we need to substantiate some of these concerns. And the other thing that I want to say is that the housing market, it is a global problem. It's not just a Santa Fe problem. And one of the reasons why we're having that problem very acutely in this community is the second, third, fourth home owners in our community that are not living in these homes and they're just sitting there, poor homes sitting there, beautiful properties and creating soulless landscapes for our, this is what I think anyhow. So thank you so much for listening.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Pat Lillis, and I live at 2119 Conejo Drive, District 4, and I understand I'm under oath. I'm asking you to please support the proposed ordinance and the 1-year moratorium on investor short-term rentals. A moratorium is a good idea. As I understand it, a moratorium will still allow existing and new primary residence owners to operate a short-term rental, as well as existing short-term rental operators. The moratorium will temporarily limit the expansion of new investor rentals while allowing time to assess their impact on housing in the county. Places with housing challenges such as Santa Fe are left vulnerable to speculation without a short-term rental ordinance. The loss of affordable housing from investor-related short-term rentals is the reason ordinances have become the way of the world. Housing right now is scarce, and anything affordable is hard to find in Santa Fe and in the county, and from all indications contributes to staff shortages. I have nothing against short-term rentals other than every short-term rental that is not the owner's primary or permanent residence removes housing opportunities from our local workforce and residents. A primary resident requirement where the host is the owner of the property is now the most common requirement in tourist communities where short-term rentals have caused housing challenges among working people. A primary resident requirement is the ideal. It is fair because it allows owners who live in their homes to make income, but short-term rentals that do not have that requirement take a home away from a potential homeowner or long-term renter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Megan Waltzmeyer. I'm at 16 Stone Ridge Road. Spelling of my last name is Waltimire, and I understand that I'm under oath. Commissioners, thank you for hearing me out today. Thank you for the changes that you've made to the ordinance as we propose them. I have a couple points that I'd like to request from you as far as changes go to the current proposed ordinance. For both owner-occupied and non-owner-occupied properties, occupancy limits for the county should not be the same as the city. According to the U.S. Census of 2020, the city had a populace of 85,000 people and a landmass of 52 square miles, whereas the county had a population of 155,000 and a landmass of 1,900 square miles. That's 1,675 people per square mile in the city versus just 81 persons per square mile in the county. Since the density of the county is significantly less, the occupancy restrictions should not be the same. Since the room count isn't representative of property size and the density is much less, I propose a nightly occupancy limit of 1 person per 200 square feet. That's a very large bedroom space, as opposed to the 2 per bedroom, which does not take into account the size of a property nor the acreage. Secondly, for both owner-occupied and non-owner-occupied properties, please remove the need to inform neighbors that an STR is being operated. According to multiple sources and studies, New Mexico is the state in the US with the highest burglary rate, and 65% of burglars are well acquainted with the people they rob. If neighbors are aware that an owner is operating an STR, this could open up opportunities for theft. Lastly, besides the public testimony and assumptions, what evidence does the county have to support the non-owner occupied STRs are more damaging to the local community than those that are owner occupied? According to a reporting expert in the hospitality industry, non-owner occupied STRs have a 70% occupancy rate. This means non-owner occupied units use less water, produce less waste, and create less carbon footprint since they are operated much less than compared to owner occupied STRs that are 100% occupied. Debunking the claim that non-owner occupied properties are harsher on the environment. I appreciate that the BCC wants to learn the impact of non-owner occupied STRs versus owner occupied STRs in the community, and I support the moratorium for properties purchased after this ordinance is enacted. But I urge the county to refrain from enacting such a harsh ordinance prior to obtaining empirical evidence on the differences, especially when considering tax revenue and the decreased contribution from non-owner occupied STRs if many aren't approved due to the harsher requirements. Lastly, I request that the restrictions for non-owner occupied STRs be the same as owner occupied STRs, requiring solely a business registration and not a business license. Thank you very much for hearing me.
Thank you.
Hey, good evening. My name is Sandy Duran. I'm under oath, and my address is 247 NM 503 in Nambe. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak with you today. Really appreciate having your ear and listening to our concerns. I can see both sides of the issue of STRs. I actually have an STR located across the street from me, a neighbor of mine that rents out their property as an STR. And I have never had one problem or issue or concern or anything arise that caused me one moment's problem at all with their rental being right across the street from me. And I think they've been doing it for a long time, longer than I have, about 4 or 5 years. Personally, my story is that I lived for 20 years in Nambe in the house that I now rent out as a short-term rental. I was able to buy a family property in the other end of the county. So I have 2 properties in Santa Fe County. Excuse me. We live in one and I short-term rent the other one. I go every week. I stay there quite often overnight. I clean it myself. And doing the STR has allowed me to keep my property. I didn't have to sell it. I'm able to retain ownership of it. I don't really make money off of it because I pay my income from the STR, pays my rent, my mortgage, my taxes, my insurance, and it lets me hold on to the property instead of selling it to somebody, from out of state or whoever, somebody else, basically. I like the option to be able to own that property and keep it, and the STR enables me to do that. I believe that the county can register STRs. The licensing, I think, is a bit much. For me, it would be exorbitant to pay $375 every year. Even though I still live in Santa Fe County, I would be considered a non-owner occupied, although I am seriously there every week. And like I said, sometimes I stay there several nights out of the week. What considerations have been made for the various scenarios? Is it possible, as others have suggested, to start with the registration process, learn about your constituents and their use, try and support us and not villainize us? I personally don't feel comfortable with a long-term rental. That I have seen many problems with those. I'm not going to put my house up as a long-term rental unit. And I don't feel responsible for solving the problem of affordable housing. I worked hard for my properties. I feel like I should be able to use them in a way that benefits my family. And I hope that someday my son and his family will live in that property if I'm allowed to continue renting it out. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, good evening. My name is Elizabeth West, W-E-S-T. I live at 318 Senna Street in Santa Fe. I also own property south of town near where my family lives. And so I've been going back and forth thinking about all of this. And the more I hear about the variety of comments that are being made, and most of them really heartfelt, I am very much in support of this moratorium. There's a part of me that says, well, I want to go forward with this. But I think we do need a moratorium, and I appreciate all of you and the two elect people who are coming on, the work that you're doing. I appreciate what the real estate person said. I think she was heartfelt, and she probably felt that she understood things and was not representing things. But I just want to salute you all for reminding us that not everybody is aware of all the same information. I think that's a polite way of putting it. And I'm not accusing real estate people on purpose. I don't think they mean to get things confused, but I do think that does happen. So I appreciate your clarification, and the moratorium definitely will serve a purpose. So thank you very much for the work you're doing. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
My name is Adam Johnson. I live at 121 Arroyo Hondo Trail, and I understand that I'm under oath. Madam Chair, members of the commission, I am the director of the Old Santa Fe Association, and I speak on its behalf this evening. We would like to lend support to your efforts to write an ordinance regulating short-term rentals. While we strongly recommend the inclusion of a primary residence requirement, we understand the need to study the effects of STRs in the county. We believe the moratorium proposed in the current ordinance draft will enable the county to do just that. The moratorium will not significantly affect any current short-term rental owner in the immediate term. For those who have invested savings in STRs, you are not about to lose your investment. The county should be applauded for wanting to study the issue. The arguments you hear in favor of short-term rentals very often conjure up anecdotal evidence. Many people here tonight have cited their own experience as a successful Airbnb host. Many people you've heard tonight are proud of their hosting, but their own experiences and perceptions about Airbnbs are just that, their own, not representative of their neighbors, nor of the community of which they are a part, nor of the greater county. Those with multiple STRs, even the most well-meaning, are removing housing stock and turning viable residences into mini hotels. In fact, the county's own study has shown, using population data from a decade ago and the limited host data that was available at the time, that traditional villages like Madrid, Tesuque, and Cerrillos are approaching close to 10% housing stock run as STRs. And that's a decade ago. The issue clearly needs to be studied in a serious, deliberate way. Anecdotal stories about a host's single experience provided by the host themselves do not constitute adequate evidence. The county's proposal to study short-term rentals over the course of the next year with a moratorium in place is very welcome, and its staff is well poised to make a positive contribution on this matter. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. I don't see anybody else coming up. Is there anybody else in the auditorium who had wanted to speak to this matter? Okay, if not, Daniel, are there people still online on WebEx who wish to speak to this matter?
Madam Chair, yes, there are people on WebEx that would like to speak to this matter. The first person that raised their hand was Jeff Kruger.
Jeff, can you unmute yourself and get sworn in?
Yes, can you hear me okay now?
Yep.
Okay, great.
All right, sir. Please answer the question. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. My name is Jeff Gruger, Gruger. I live at 7 Paseo del Oso, a good part of the year.
And please state that you're under oath.
I understand I am under oath, yes.
Thank you.
So good evening, Madam Chair and County Commissioners. Thank you for letting me speak. My home is located within District 2 of Santa Fe County, and I am speaking tonight because my county commissioner, Anna Hansen, refused to take my phone calls or respond to emails. Her assistant, Laura Jagels, told me Anna has listened to her constituents and knows her stance, period. When I pressed that I was a constituent of Commissioner Hansen's and had not received a response, Laura Jagels replied, "You may make comments at the next BCC meeting." So here I am. The simplified description of the proposed STR ordinance from Commissioner Hansen that we just heard ignores several problems in that ordinance. It goes far beyond the simple registration and collection of taxes. Since 3 minutes is not enough time to review all the flaws, I will keep this brief and just ask two basic questions of the Board of County Commissioners. So the first question, suppose my dog barks the evening after the ordinance takes effect. In that case, I will violate section 7.9.2 when I disturb the quiet, comfort, or repose of persons or animals by causing my neighbor's dog to bark in return. My question is, will this be grounds for the county to revoke my business license? The ordinance does not say. Second question. The only enforcement provision I find in the ordinance is section 6.3.2. Failure to submit a complete application constitutes good cause for denial of the application. There are no other provisions for penalties in this ordinance that I can find. However, the terms in this application are not restricted, so capricious or onerous rules can be added per the ordinance. What will be the process to review the STR business application terminology with the public? And more generally, when will the BCC define penalties and enforcement provisions? So those are my two questions. If you can respond to them, I hope they aren't taken as rhetorical. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Daniel, can you introduce the next person?
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Daniel Werwath.
And can you introduce the next speaker?
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Daniel Werwath.
Daniel, can you unmute yourself and get sworn in?
All right, Daniel, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And please state your name, spell your last name, state your address, and that you are under oath.
Thank you. My name is Daniel Werwath. That's spelled Werwath, and I am speaking under oath tonight. I'm speaking on behalf of the Santa Fe Housing Action Coalition, which is a group of over 20 housing nonprofits, local employers, and business groups who support systemic change in affordable housing in Santa Fe. First, I want to speak in favor of regulation of short-term rentals. I think we all know that there are clear impacts from removing long-term housing stock from the market on housing affordability. I do encourage anyone who doesn't think this data exists to visit HomeWise's website and look at their 2020 report on this issue. That should settle any issues about whether or not data supports regulation of short-term rentals in relation to housing affordability. We'd also like to say out loud that we also understand that short-term rental is an important way that many Santa Fe homeowners pay their mortgages. It's also an important way to shift wealth from corporations to individuals in the local community. And for those reasons, support owner-occupied short-term rental in its current form in the ordinance. One thing I would update in data that was referenced earlier this evening, the Santa Fe County Housing Report that's about to release be released indicates that there's over 11,000 units of housing needed in Santa Fe County now, not 9, as previous data suggested. And I think one thing that we would like to recommend is, we don't agree with, the Realtors Association that often, but we're also against the moratorium, but we would rather see a 2-year waiting period on non-owner occupied short-term rental after purchase. The reason for this is that the potential income of a short-term rental is used in speculation for a purchase price of a home. You can look at the income you can get from a short-term rental, and that drives how much you're willing to pay for a house. It artificially inflates the cost of housing, and it outcompetes local workers when they go to buy a house. We believe a 2-year waiting period between the time of purchase of a property and the issuance of the first short-term rental permit would disincentivize the speculative purchasing of single-family housing or ownership housing for the purpose of short-term rental. The other thing we'd like to recommend is looking at earmarking a portion of tax revenue from short-term rentals to support affordable housing and the affordable housing trust fund structures that the county is developing. Thank you for your time tonight, and we appreciate the county's efforts to bring in regulation around short-term rentals.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Daniel Fresquez, can you introduce the next speaker?
Madam Chair, the next speaker is Scott Bennett.
Scott, can you unmute yours?
Scott, can you hear me? Scott?
Scott, can you please unmute yourself and get sworn in? Daniel, does Scott appear to be unmuted?
Madam Chair, it appears Scott Bennett is still muted.
Okay, thank you. Scott Bennett, can you please unmute yourself if you wish to speak and get sworn in?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me
There
now?
you are. Okay.
Great. Okay. Hi.
All right. Can you hear?
Julie Bennett.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And please state your name, spell your last name, state your address, and that you're under oath.
My name is Julie Bennett, spelled Bennett. I live at 5 Rancho Valle, Espanola, or more locally, La Puebla, and I understand that I am under oath. Thank you for your patience with my computer illiteracy. I have testified 2 previous times on this ordinance. I am really appreciative of all the efforts and the input of everyone, as well as the commissioners and staff. I want to say that the only affordable housing problem that I feel the short-term rental we have on our property is solving is ours. We cannot afford to pay our mortgages, retired people, without our short-term rental. And our sons who will inherit this property will be able to live here because of the short-term rental that we've developed here. They're currently living out of state for reasons of education and also job opportunities that they would not have here. I've spoken before on the positive impact that our short-term rental and others have had on our community. I feel like those positive aspects should be included in the findings, along with the negatives, the economic benefit for area restaurants outside of the city, the income potential that we create for our housekeepers and our groundskeepers and our other employees that help us develop and maintain our property. We also support the community because we support and house Los Alamos Lab employees and travel nurses So I really think those positives should be listed in the findings. I also feel that I would like to see a concurrent commitment by the county to develop significant numbers of affordable housing. It is not the job of short-term rental owners to do that. There's been 2% of the housing stock is in short-term rentals, and just now 10% was issued. What is it, and what is the county doing to make up the other 98% or 90%? We're committed to good quality of life in the community, and we are upstanding and serious business owners in regard to our STR. Please let us continue to earn our small amount of living from this pursuit. It is gratifying, and we are good stewards of our community and ambassadors. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Daniel, can you introduce the next, are there more speakers?
Madam Chair, yes, there are more speakers. The next speaker doesn't have a name. They are a call-in user. I'm sending a request to unmute right now. To unmute, if you're the call-in user, press *6 on your phone.
Hello, my name is Kathleen Casey, and I live in Madrid, 1 Harvey Road, and I know I'm under oath.
Oh, let me give you the oath first. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay.
I would like to say first that I did receive a response from Commissioner Hughes, Commissioner Garcia, and Commissioner Roybal. Anna Henson and Anna Hamilton did not respond in any way, including me making a phone call to an assistant, never got a return phone call, nor a response to my emails. Found that to be pretty frustrating. So it's just been said that it's not STR owners' responsibility for affordable housing. Particularly in Madrid, this is the case. We're a tourist economy. We have less than 300 people that live in our town. We have increased jobs with STRs. We have 4 STRs this year that are going to go, within this year, that are going to be retracted out of the market for various reasons. I assume you don't want to hear about them. So now the moratorium is going to prevent more from coming into the market. Now, you hear, organization after organization saying that NOOs are not, a good thing, non-owner occupied. In our town, it is very specifically a good thing. They buy more coffee, they buy more merchandise, they buy more beer, they buy more restaurant food, and it is seriously in need here. Now, as my husband said, affordable housing has been a problem here since I moved here 22 years ago. This is not because of STRs, especially in our village. The 10 to 12 STRs do not cause the affordable housing crisis. It is extremely frustrating for me to sit here and hear people say that. If you want to help with affordable housing, give all of the registrations out to NOOs as well. Prevent out-of-state investors from coming in. We are not out-of-state investors, and neither are other NOO operators. Vilifying someone who's doing it outside of their home is a mistake. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Daniel, can you introduce the next speaker?
Madam Chair, the next speaker's initials are CG.
Gee, can you unmute yourself and get sworn in?
Yeah.
All right. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And please state your name, spell your last name, state your address, and that you are under oath.
Caroline Gordon, Gordon, 16 Calle Vereda, 87507, and I know I'm under oath.
Thank you.
I have 2 points. One is this issue of informing your neighbors. I find that extremely offensive. I live on 2.5 acres, or my neighbors live on 2.5 acres plus. They can have as many guests as they like for as many nights as they like, whenever they choose, and they are under no obligation to inform me that they will be doing this. I do not understand why I should inform them that I have people staying in my property who are very quiet, 2 people at a time, non-offensive. It's my personal life. They have no reason to know what I am doing on my property. My second point is that the question of affordable housing, within 5 miles of me, there are multiple apartment units going up. And I don't consider a 1-bedroom or studio apartment being rented for a minimum of $1,400 a month affordable. That is a problem that the county and the city need to broach, because we are not taking away owner occupied obviously is different, but non-owner occupied is not taking away from the affordable housing. The affordable housing is being taken away because all of these apartment blocks are going up that no one can afford, as far as I can see. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Daniel, can you go to the next speaker?
Madam Chair, our next speaker is Ethan Stone. I do not see Ethan on WebEx, but there are a few call-in users. Ethan, if you are a call-in user, please dial *6 to unmute.
Ethan, can you hear me?
Ethan, are you there? Can you if you're there, please dial *6 and unmute. Daniel, we can try to come back to Ethan. Can we go to another speaker?
Madam Chair? Yes, our next speaker is Teresa Cummings Rogers.
Teresa, can you hear me?
Teresa, can you please unmute and get sworn in to give your testimony?
Hi, this is Teresa Cummings. I don't really have any new points to make that have not been made already, so I will pass.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Daniel, who's next?
Madam Chair, that would be the last speaker that signed up to speak.
Okay, so just to be comprehensive, is there anybody else online who wishes to speak to the short-term rental matter? If there is, please unmute and make yourself known.
Madam Chair, El Garcia is raising her hand.
Okay. Eldar, I hope I got your name right. I apologize if I didn't. Unmute and get sworn in, please.
Sure, I'm unmuted. My name's Lisa Garcia.
Okay. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And please state your name, address, and that you're under oath.
Lisa Garcia and 11 Paseo de Rincon, Santa Fe, New Mexico. And I realize and accept that I'm under oath.
Thank you.
Yeah. I just have like three things I want to talk about real quick. One is I live in a home that was built by my father 20 years ago. And the only way that I could afford to live in Santa Fe was, he said, buy a piece of land and then I'll come when I retire and build a home. And so it's a home that, I'll eventually pass on to my son. And so in doing Airbnb, it's helped to, do things to better my life, like education and as a single parent, help pay tuition for my son's high school and help my son's college. And not only personally for me, but also for, I had some students from Denver come, middle school students, and they couldn't afford to come visit Santa Fe and all the art and Meow Wolf without a discount and a place to stay. So I've been able to network with some of those groups. Excuse me. So I see the money flow in, I see the money flow out. Also, you have to just stop and think for a second. Airbnb is worth $28 billion. And we're getting, if you're speaking specifically Airbnb, and I do Airbnb and nothing else, I don't do VRBO, home away, any of that. And 28 billion with the B is what they're valued at, right? So we're getting this minuscule amount to help us have a better life. I clean my own home. I'll go to family if I rent the whole home. So there's a lot of sacrifice that goes behind that. And I'm also on a 2.5 acre lot. And so I'm not in favor of having to notify, which I've never had a problem with my neighbors. But one of my concerns is, what about the Vacasas of the world? Vacasa is the group that you pay 25% to people who don't live in their homes, which of course I live in my home, but they just say, well, it's just the money, right? And they pay 25% for, Vacasa will take 25% of the rental to do everything from go buy the coffee to clean the house and so forth. Second thing is they're already collecting occupancy tax. And even though I'm in the county, where is that occupancy tax going? And I asked Randy Randall that once because he's with the city and he said, well, they'll have to figure that out. So from an IT systems perspective and accountability, shouldn't that money be going to the county? Why is the occupancy tax going to the city? And then the third thing I want to say is, how are you going to really monitor compliance, right? Are you going to actually, the compliance for people who are using like a third-party service like Vacasa? I have no idea. I'm just speaking generationally from a native New Mexican's perspective, that I think that we need to rethink this and collect data and analyze the data because the data does not lie. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else online who wants to speak to this matter? Daniel, do you see anybody else raising their hand?
Madam Chair, I do not see anybody else indicating they'd like to speak to this matter.
Okay, great. I'm going to go ahead and close public comment then. And I really appreciate everybody who came in and had something to say. So I think I'm going to go to the commissioners and ask the comments, questions. Are there any?
Madam Chair, I'll start, but I'm sure I won't be the last. Thank you, everyone, for commenting. I think we've really benefited from all the public input that we've had. I did not know much about short-term rentals before we started on this, except that I stayed in them on occasion when I was out of town. I think we've done a lot to improve this ordinance to make it easier for people who are short-term rental owners to use the money to help stay in Santa Fe. I think that is one of the benefits of short-term rentals. I do not personally feel the need to make the ordinance even less strict, although I'm open to it if other commissioners are. I mean, I heard people talk about the number of days you had to live here, the notification of neighbors, the bedroom limit, and the $375 fee. as being things that people were concerned about. I don't think those are unreasonable personally, but I'm willing to listen to the other commissioners. I would like to point out that if we do the moratorium, that is directly aimed at out-of-town corporations and not at anybody who's doing a short-term rental now or anyone who already owns property in Santa Fe. I think that it is a reasonable way to give us the time to gather data without allowing a run on housing from people out of town who would be worried about what restrictions we're going to put in place in a year. I would be fine putting restrictions in place now, but I think we don't have data, and I think I've been convinced that we don't have the data for that. I would also be willing, instead of the moratorium, to do the 2-year waiting period where you have to own the home for 2 years before you can rent it out, if that would be more acceptable to the other commissioners. I think that that is a little more strict than the moratorium, because that would be something that would be in place going forward from now. It would certainly prevent speculation, as the moratorium would as well. So those are my comments, and I'll look to hear what other people have to say.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you. So I think we've had 3 public hearings. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. And I think we have refined this ordinance, and I want to thank Penny for her hard work on it and getting it to the place where it is, where we have, you know, all you have to do is send a letter to your neighbor, let them know you're have a short-term rental. They don't have any control. They can't say, no, you can't do it. They can't, you know, you're simply notifying your neighbor, which if my neighbor was doing a short-term rental, I would want to know, just because the amount of cars and different cars that would be coming all the time, like one car coming in and another car leaving. You know, somebody spoke about robbery. How do I know that that's not a robbery if I don't know that they're doing short-term rental? So I think it is very reasonable. I think our fees are very reasonable compared to the city. I mean, the city is $425 for everybody, whether it is owner occupied or whether it is non-owner occupied. And you can, that's what it says in their ordinance. And you can only have one person. There's a $1,000 limit. One person can only own one house in the city. So I think that this is a liberal ordinance in many ways compared to the city. And I think that you know, I like the idea of 2-year waiting period also, but I also think that a moratorium is basically the same kind of thing, because we're not, and it's really literally only, it might be for a year, but it's only 6 months, because everyone has to register by March 15th. And then we have to work on, once we have the data of everybody who is registered throughout the county, then we only have another 6 months or so to get all the information and decide how we want to upgrade the ordinance or change it, and the moratorium will be over. So I think we've done a reasonable job, and I just once again want to thank Penny for her hard work. So thank you, Penny.
Thank you. Commissioner Garcia? Yes. Commissioner Roybal?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did have some concerns with notifying neighbors, and Penny, maybe you can clarify. The letter, is this going to be a generic letter that is produced by the county that they will send out? And is the STR owner do they have to provide their phone number or their address or anything like that? Because I have some issues with, health and safety and harassment as far as, a neighbor that may be upset with an STR being next to their home. And I think that if any numbers are provided, it should be the county's phone number, and we should filter through those calls and address any concerns and relay them back to the STR owner.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, yes, it would be a letter generated by the county, and it would include a telephone number for 24 hours that somebody would be able to answer that is associated with the short-term rental. It could have a county number on it as well, but there's nothing I can do at 10 o'clock at night on a Friday. So if there's an issue and you have the owners or management company's telephone number, you can call them and tell them there's a problem and something can be solved from it, rather than leaving a voice message for someone at the county who 3-4 days later will get the voice message and return a call to the owner and say, next time, can you be quiet? So this is all about
And Penny, if I can intervene, if you had an issue with your neighbor at 10 o'clock on Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, what would be the appropriate response that you would do for a situation like that? I believe it would be to call emergency responders. So I would imagine that if there is a situation that needs to be addressed, that it would probably be they can notify authorities or the fire department or any appropriate safety response personnel to go and address the situation. Is that correct? Or?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, yes, and hours later, maybe a sheriff's officer would be available. But the intention here is a good neighbor policy. Be good neighbors. If your party that's renting is very loud, you allow your neighbors to call you and you can ask the party to be quiet. Especially, I mean, I don't think this is something that we're really going to hear on owner-occupied properties.
So if it's a non-owner occupied, then it would be the same situation where they would have to drive across town. If there's a disturbance there, then I think law enforcement would be dispatched to that residence.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, neighbors may well do both. Commissioner Roybal, I did want to actually address one of your previous comments regarding the adjudicated rights. Just as I finished, I realized that there is a section 7.5 in the ordinance that says STRs must comply with water restrictions, if any, that are applicable to the property, the applicability of which may depend on the source of water for the property, e.g. domestic wells versus adjudicated water rights. So we did address the adjudicated water rights in that section.
Okay, I thought you had mentioned that previously. Okay, so I still feel that I don't think that STR owners should be subject to getting calls that could be harassing or even possibly in a violent nature. We need to protect our constituents. So that's just something that I also wanted to ask you, so non-occupied STRs, if they're, what is the process once they've been given their permit in 1 year? The following year, do they have to go through the process of evaluation once again, or is this just for a year?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, are you talking about non-owner occupied or owner occupied?
Owner occupied.
Non-owner occupied.
Well, you can address both of them. If they're different, then let me know what the process is. Or if it's different, then just getting a renewal every year, I would think, they shouldn't have to go through the whole tedious process once again. It should just be a renewal, whether it's non-owner occupied or owner occupied.
Owner occupied would apply for a business registration the first year. That registration is automatically continued to the following year when you pay your $35 business registration fee. So you would get a letter from the treasurer's office saying that you need to pay for the following year, and you would pay that. And that's due by March 15th of each year. A non-owner occupied submits for a business license, not a registration. And that's where you come back each year to verify that this situation is still the same, and you resubmit your application. And you get your business license issued individually each year.
And is that going to be when they do it, through the internet, or do they have to come into the office every year?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, as we get our online permitting up and running, people will be able to apply for permits online.
Okay, and then what is the process? Is it as long as they say it's the same STR and I just want to renew it for the following year? Is that it, or are they going to have to bring documentation once again?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, we would do several other reviews. We would be looking to make sure it is the same. And we would also be getting your new water restriction covenant, water restriction reading, water meter reading, if you have a water meter. And we would also be looking at whether or not there were any complaints, issues, things like that need to be addressed.
So the complaints and that the county would receive as far as loud party or anything like that? Is that what you're talking about?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, the type of complaints that we've heard over the years are people parking all over a road so no one can remove snow, overuse of a septic system because a 3-bedroom house is being rented out for an occupancy of 20 adults, noise. Those are all the complaints that we've had so far. We haven't acted upon them because we don't have a short-term rental license or ordinance.
How are we going to solidify the complaint?
I beg your pardon, sir?
How are we going to make sure that those complaints are valid?
An example would be if you're renting for, if you're listing on Airbnb for sleeps 20 and you've got an approval for 6, obviously that's an issue. So we will be using host compliance to make sure that they are looking at how people are renting online and what they've been approved for.
So how they're listing the properties, how we would determine that. But as far as complaints, if somebody makes a complaint and says they have an STR and they're only supposed to have 6 occupants and there was 10 people there, there's no way to really, solidify that claim unless the county goes out there to check. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, it would be like all of our other enforcement. Yes, we or the Sheriff's Office would have to go out and enforce.
Okay. And as far as grandfathering, we did talk about that at one point. And I think that people that have STRs at this point, if they can prove that they have an STR and it meets the requirement of the county as far as a residence, then I think that these individuals should be grandfathered in on the STRs. But I don't know if that's something that we're not considering at this point.
I'm sorry, can you repeat? I didn't catch that. What
As
should
far
be
as
grandfathered?
grandfathering in, as far as STRs that exist in the county right now?
Madam Chair, they're all going to be included.
Okay.
Nobody's going to be excluded who's already has an STR. They just have to register them.
Okay, so
That point needs clarification. My understanding is that what we put in is that anybody who currently owns a home, even if they haven't done STRs yet, will have the ability to do an STR.
Madam Chair, that's correct.
okay, that was one question. I did have a question.
I'm sorry.
No, that clarifies my question. As far as I had a constituent that called, and it was actually not one of my constituents, but they have a coffee shop that on their second floor, they created that into an STR. They still will be able to utilize that as an STR, and that would be a non-owner occupied STR, but they would still be given their permit for that, right?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, if it was permitted as a dwelling unit, yes.
So this may be on a commercial piece of land, so that, would that still qualify as if they're already using it as an STR and they have been?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, the only area the dwelling units are not allowed as a primary use are our industrial zones and I believe PI, which are mainly the county units. So if they are allowed within commercial areas, and if it was approved for a coffee shop with a dwelling above, then yes, the dwelling could be used as a short-term rental.
And if it wasn't approved as a dwelling unit above, what do they need to do through the county to get that
Permitted as a dwelling.
permitted? And what is the process? How long did that take?
Once we get a complete submittal, should be done within 3 weeks.
Within 3 weeks?
Yes, if all you're doing is remodeling or permitting a structure, a new structure, come in and get a permit through the
And
county.
I don't know what the situation on that one is, but I know they do have a STR above the coffee shop. And how long are we looking at during the 3 weeks that they have to get this permit? Are they going to have to stop using it as an STR or can they continue using it until they get their permit?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, people need to have their short-term rental license or registration by March 15th of next year. So there's a long leeway and a lead up for people to do that. So if people haven't got permitted dwelling units, it allows them plenty of time to get those permitted and then apply for a short-term rental, providing they meet the density requirements and the requirements under the code for a dwelling unit.
Okay. An individual that asked a question about a barking dog, did they have issues with that, with losing their short-term rental due to some complaint like that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, I imagine we will get complaints about noise. If there's a telephone number for people to call, they can call and ask the manager of the short-term rental to stop the noise. Otherwise, the following week or day or when we get call, we will or the neighbor will call the police.
Okay. The other question, or I guess just comment at this point is, I believe that, you know, a lot of the comments that were made tonight is that we need to gather data before we put this in place. And I do agree that we do need to get data and that we need to compile that data. And so, you know, I don't really see the value of putting a moratorium or a 2-year waiting period in place until we gather that data. I think the county can work on gathering that data without that moratorium or the 2-year waiting period in place. I think that's something that I wish we would have thought about doing prior to even bringing this forward, but that's where I stand right now on those 2-year period in the moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Do you have anything? Okay, so I'll go back around, but so it's really interesting because the moratorium issue, we've had so much input and I've gotten a lot of emails from people. And they've really come down on both sides. I was at first really bothered by the concept of the moratorium because of limitations before we know what the data tells us. I understand the moratorium intention is to give us time to gather data. One thing I want to emphasize is, first of all, the moratorium is temporary. And second of all, the idea of is to be able to get data even if there are none, that's always the potential, or any restrictions going forward, to be tailored to the targeted users, where restrictions, if they're necessary, be considered. Interestingly, I have the most problem with the notification period. So, I totally get valid argument for providing an additional number to call. Like, I do get that. But it is true that, I mean, what do we do with everybody else now if somebody has a giant party?
But we could
And
have a
it's
hot-
really horrible, and
have a hot-
you call the cops on them. That's kind of what's done. Are there any, is that the singular reason for having the notification? Because if somebody has, applies for any other in-home business license, do they have to notify their neighbors?
Madam Chair, if you're doing a home occupation, you put a yellow poster board up on your property for 15 days. So your neighbors would be able to see that you're doing that. They also would be able to object and appeal the decision.
Okay.
What?
Who's,
Somebody online.
okay. Let's keep decorum, and with the period of public comment is over. Are there other comments? Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm not married to the idea of notifying the adjoining property owners. I would like to point out we did reduce that down from 500 feet, I think, which would have been a lot more people you had to notify.
Yes.
But I did want to point out, and this is a case where I was renting, my wife rented a short-term rental on the coast of Massachusetts for a family reunion. There were 15 of us. And my,
No
this is
doubt
my-
you were
this is my in-laws. They're very loud. And the owner of the property did call us on the phone and say, you guys are too loud. You're bothering my neighbors. And we quieted down. And so there's an example. We were at least an hour from the nearest police station. And so if the police had to come out to tell us to be quiet, we would have all been asleep by the time they got there. And the neighbors would have been totally pissed off. But on the other hand, if that's the sticking point, I'm not married to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Sometimes things just, they swing on, it's almost impossible to regulate perfectly. Get to an intent without unintended consequences. Commissioner Hanson.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion. I would like to make a motion to pass the ordinance amending ordinance 1992-3, the business registration and licensing ordinance, and ordinance number 1999-10, the lodger's occupancy tax ordinance, to license and regulate short-term rentals in Santa Fe County.
Second.
So that's the, just so I understand, that's as it's currently written with the moratorium?
Yes.
So I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. But thank you. God, you guys have to keep me in line.
Cheaper than.
I have a motion and a second. May I please have a roll call?
Yes, Madam Chair. Commissioner Rudy Garcia. Commissioner Henry Roybal. Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hanson.
Yes.
Chair Anna Hamilton.
I'm actually going to vote yes, despite my concerns with the board. Sorry. No, who said no?
Madam Chair, I didn't vote, I passed. But let me explain to you. Right.
You said yes?
Oh, I said pass.
You passed. Okay, I'm very sorry. I didn't want to misrepresent that. I didn't understand what you said. Okay,
So
you're allowed to abstain.
let me just make a couple of comments. In regards to, there was 3 people sitting in this room in the year 2000. That was my institutional knowledge as well. That was myself, Penny, and Karen that were sitting in here whenever we passed the moratorium for the El Dorado water system, for the growth in El Dorado. And our staff was to do, we created, the county commission at that time created a moratorium to do some data to see what the wells were producing in the El Dorado area. 13, 15 years later, we still had a moratorium out there because nobody could make some sort of a decision or nobody could get with whatever agency it was in regards to look at the moratorium in detail and whenever we're requiring, I understand, I get it. We're going to require data for this or that or whatnot. When we do receive the data, what are we going to do with it? You're going to say you can have 20 people in a 5-bedroom, or this is what's going on out there? It just, when the data comes in, I won't be sitting up here, but I just want to, I want to, moratorium is a big word when it comes down to whether it's building Airbnbs, pets, whatnot, and data. I would like, I just want to see what staff and what the commission is going to do when they get that data. And these are things that we should have already looked at prior to rushing this ordinance down. And those are the comments that I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Is your vote an abstention? Okay.
One abstention. I think it's actually really critical what we do with the data, which is why I made my comment about looking at things on a fairly region-specific basis. But I think that's both the commission's and the staff's intent. And I don't think just anybody has forgotten that the staff proposed moving this forward within the phased concept, so that we could have data to know what we were doing without putting restrictions on prematurely. And moratorium is a little bit of a different twist on that, but it's really toward that goal. So I think just as one would say, for the record, that is the intent of both the commission and the staff, is to look at the data and make more informed decisions for any further changes, and as has been mentioned, with the possibility of refining the ordinance as it exists based on those data. So,
Madam Chair, if I could say something else, and that's some of my concern is, as Commissioner Garcia stated, is we never got that data to come forward. And even with the Sustainable Land Development Code, we committed as a commission to revisit that every 6 months. When we made that, it made it a living document, and we've only revisited it once. And there was very minor changes. So that was some of my concern and why I said, why don't we not put a moratorium, and why don't we go ahead and collect the data and then look at it afterwards. So that was some of my movements. So,
that makes sense, except that in my term, I think I remember at least 2 major changes to the SLDC, which was put in before I was around. So, but it is difficult to keep up with things. I recognize that. But so I want to thank everybody for being here and for participating in this public.
Madam
forum.
Chair, may I provide an ordinance number?
Oh, sure.
I know it's not a resolution number,
It's my favorites.
but it is a number. This is ordinance number 2022-07.
Excellent, thank you. So does anybody have any closing announcements? Anybody among the commissioners or elected?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
That's a nice
Please.
closing announcement.
Some rest.
Motion
Please
to
go home and
adjourn.
get some rest.
Motion to adjourn.
Thanks, Adam.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.